Your Excellencies, distinguished government representatives, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, welcome here for the first Cyprus Institute celebration of World Water Day. We are here to discuss one of the most important crises in the region, the water crisis, and to find ways out that can build a peaceful development of our Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region. We will have several panel discussions with distinguished speakers throughout the day. But before we start, I'd like to remind you that we are also at the tail end of another crisis, the COVID crisis. So I would like to ask all of you, if possible, to respect certain rules, to try and keep your masks on insofar as possible, to try not to congregate outside the conference room too much, and generally to try and respect, insofar as possible in events like this, the distancing if we can. I would like now to start this event by asking Professor Kostas Papanikolas, the President of the Cyprus Institute, to say a few opening words. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of France, distinguished ministers, excellencies who have come from far away to attend this and honor us with their presence in this very important event. Your Excellency Hassan Janabi, Your Excellency Raid Abu Saud, Mrs. Kiti, dear Michali, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. In this small gathering, but attended by so many distinguished guests, as Nick Jarreau just mentioned, we are here to celebrate a very important initiative taken by my colleague Fadi Komar, and I would like to thank him for that, to initiate this water multifaceted initiative at the Cyprus Institute, which has not only this celebration, it's a celebration to start a big program. The Cyprus situation is well known to locals. We are in a region where water scarcity is a perennial problem. It's only still in vivid memory about 15 years ago that the island ran dry. We didn't have water to drink, so water was ferried by boats from Greece in order to satisfy domestic use. The water situation in the entire Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East is no better. And unfortunately, it's forecasted to get worse. The climate crisis, which is fast evolving and intensifying year by year, one of the main fields of study at the Cyprus Institute, leaves us really at a challenge that I'm afraid, if looking at how we have done in the past, leaves not much optimism. We're not catching up with the evolving crisis. The modeling done by the KRC, our Center for Climate Research, and forecast that business as usual will reduce towards the end of the century rainfall down to maybe 30 or 40%, while demand will double. already were stressed for water, and such a scenario, nothing short of catastrophe. This will come in conjunction with rising temperatures, and the two put together, if we don't act now, is a disaster that are beyond comprehension. Will lead to collapse of agriculture, it will lead to collapse of economies, social unrest, huge migration. It's something that not only we don't want to consider, not only we cannot comprehend the magnitude of it because it's non-linear, one will bring catastrophe, it's a domino effect. The only thing we have to do is prevent it. In this context is the initiative that the Cyprus government has undertaken to drive mitigation efforts to adhere to the Paris Agreement, the only avenue, the only road to surviving, especially in this part of the world, which is the primary hotspot of the globe, where the effects will come early and strong. So this concerted effort of the nations of the region, stretching from all the way from Greece, all the way down to the Persian Arab Gulf, from south of Egypt all the way to the north of Turkey. The whole region needs to coordinate to ameliorate the impact and do our fair share to reduce greenhouse emissions. In this broader context, the Water Day, the initiative right now at our institute, which coincides with, by design, with the World Water Forum occurring right now in Dakar, signifies, takes special importance, as water in this area is probably one of the triggers that will lead to conflicts, will need to be addressed early on before conflicts take their dynamics of their own. A painful reminder what is happening in Ukraine is we are not so far out of the Middle Ages. It doesn't take much before the peaceful process is derailed and we end up with catastrophes that are beyond then easy repair. So is water. I like to say that in our region, there have not been any wars for electricity, not yet. But there have been, for thousands of years, conflicts about water among families, among nearby villages, among countries, among regions. So hydro-diplomacy is coming to Cyprus and to the Institute with the tremendous addition to our staff, our intellectual leadership at the Cyprus Institute, with Fadi Komer, a seasoned hydro-diplomatist, if there is such a term, but I think you personified Fadi. And it comes to much in parallel with the climate initiative in which I just referred. I will not take much of your time because we'll hear from the eminent experts that are with us in the panel and in the subsequent panels and talks. But I would like to mention that in this festive launching and presence in this way in the World Water Day, the two initiatives. The Hydro Diplomacy Partnership Program, which is being launched, is a new opportunity for the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East countries of the region to address, first of all, at a scholarly level and subsequently engaging stakeholders and policymakers to understand the challenges, understand them in the context of the evolving climate crisis, which brings up the water, energy, food nexus, all interconnected into one. And I believe it's very fitting that our center, very created with a vision, I would say, 20 years ago, the Energy, Environment, Water Research Center, tells it all, is being launched. So we have the Hydro Diplomacy Partnership Program. We'll hear more about it in the talks and the panels that will follow. The second one is to implement the UNESCO IHP Ecomed Academy, a big initiative. Again, we'll hear about it from Fadi and the distinguished guests we have on the panel, and the Water Smart initiatives to be hosted in Cyprus and the region at the Cyprus Institute. So we're becoming members of a global alliance, members of, and actually a center for these global initiatives, which take particularly important value, as I just mentioned, and for the reasons I explained, in this country, in this region of the world. So I would like to thank you all for coming, and we are very proud to be hosting this event at the Cyprus Institute. I would like to thank you, Excellencies, for giving us with your presence, both the prestige and the knowledge that we need to start to embark on this huge challenge, which fits perfectly the mission of our institute, which is to help through science and technology the peace and the prosperity of the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Papanikolas. I would now like to call to the stand Mr. Yorgos Ioannidis, representing the Cyprus Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I think this will be a first, giving a statement, opening statement with a mask. I will try to do it, since we have, 5,000 cases only yesterday, so, and the reason why Permanent Secretary Ambassador Corneliou is absent, it's this pandemic that we all face today. So let me start. It is an honor to be here with you today. At the outset, allow me to thank, on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Ambassador Corneliou, Professor Papanikolas, and the Cyprus Institute for the very kind invitation to address this important conference. Ambassador Corneliou sends his warmest regards and congratulations on this august event. Although World Water Day has been officially observed since 1993, it is a fact that violent conflicts, as Professor Papanikolas just said, breaking out of control over water resources have been with us throughout history. Climate change, acting as a crisis multiplier, has exacerbated water-related problems and will continue to do so on a much larger scale in the future, with profound implications for regional peace and stability. Such tensions have the potential to become even more pronounced in regions where water is scarce, such as our own Eastern Mediterranean. In this context, the resulting political, economic, social, and environmental interdependencies may either foster cooperation, as we want, or ignite conflicts. Today, more than 2.2 billion people lack access to safe water. As you are well aware, water is such a precious commodity that both too much water or too little of it creates substantial challenges. Without water security, there is no food security. And as we see today, unfortunately, in Ukraine, following the invasion by Russia, the loss of access to water is widely recognized as one of the greatest risks to health, the environment, productivity, and sustainable growth. As a result of these concerns, water-related issues have a central role to play in the 2030 UN Agenda for Sustainable Development. Failing to achieve water security will jeopardize achieving practically every single one of the Sustainable Development Goals. Unfortunately, the United Nations has warned that progress on safely managed water and sanitation remains uneven, and the likelihood of meeting the 2030 Agenda goals does not appear very promising, to put it mildly. On the level of the European Union, water diplomacy was recognized as a foreign policy issue back in 2013 and was linked to peace and security a few years later. The Eastern Mediterranean, and especially the Middle East, due to their geopolitical location, are usually amongst those which are immediately affected by global warming. According to climatologists, a temperature rise of just 2 degrees will reduce rainfall by 30% over the next 10 years. As a result, we may witness a further influx of climate refugees who will move from arid rural areas to settle in large cities. This will further increase water needs, affecting national economies and reigniting a race for water sources. On a national level, the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment has been a priority for Cyprus. The enhancement of a sustainable and resilient water management projects constitute key components of our national strategy, seeking to tackle problems such as water pollution, water scarcity, and floods, which also impact the rights and well-being of our citizens. The protection of rights in the fields of water, sanitation, and hygiene are also guaranteed under our national legislation. You will hear more about this from our colleagues from the Water Department. Cyprus has taken the initiative to assist countries in our neighborhood with environmentally related policies, both at the bilateral and multilateral level. I'm sure you have all heard about these trilateral initiatives that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the government has initiated some years ago. Water is one of the issues discussed in these initiatives. Given the region's strong population growth coupled with water scarcity, it is estimated that over the next 20 years, fresh water resources per capita will continue declining steadily unless there is a fundamental change in the existing status quo. As 2/3 of the water resources originate from outside our region, unavoidable transboundary water interactions will be determined by the broader geopolitical context of countries sharing these resources. So cooperation is the only way to tackle these problems. Cyprus, together with partner countries in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East Basin, is developing a regional action plan on climate action coordination, including also on water resource management. Professor Papanikolas alluded of this initiative just a few minutes ago. The aim is the production of a toolkit on possible actions to address the climate challenges in the region, both on a technological but also on a socio-economic level. I'm certain that we will all hear more about this from the panel of distinguished experts. For us at the Foreign Ministry, it is evident that water-related issues urgently require multilateral cooperation. Hydrodiplomacy, as Professor Papanikolas said, is about ensuring mutual benefits, thus moving from the zero sum of water competition to a positive sum matrix, which will incentivize cooperation. The objective should be to promote economic and social benefits for transboundary basins and work on preventing the militarization of water-related conflicts. Water-related crises will only be exacerbated if we do not find solutions together now, especially given that the use of water as a weapon of war does not appear to be abating. Quite the contrary. And to do this, we need to work together on both outreach as well as practical and easily enforceable solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished friends, the human race has made tremendous achievements in all walks of life, and technological advances remain the preeminent necessity to our overall progress. Despite this, effectively and efficiently managing water scarcity continues to elude us. As diplomats, we rely on you, the scientific community, to provide us with those solutions which will facilitate our work in safeguarding a stable, harmonious, and conflict-free security environment. Thank you for your attention. Look forward to hearing your speeches. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to call Her Excellency Madame Salina Grenet Catalano, the Ambassador of France to Cyprus.
Am I allowed to remove it? I'm afraid I cannot talk with a mask. Mr. Director of the Cyprus Institute, Professor Papanikolas, dear representatives of the Cypriot government, Excellencies, dear Nicolas Jarreau and dear Fadi Omer, my fellow compatriots, dear professors and panelists and dear friends. I would like to thank you very much for your invitation today in the context to this conference and this discussion in the context of the World Water Day. Water is more than ever a global challenge, as well as a common good to be shared and a vital resource to be managed sustainably. Every member state of the European Union, and surely every country in the world, are directly facing the consequences of climate change, such as increased droughts and floods. At the same time, pollution, overexploitation, and alterations of freshwater sources caused by industry, agriculture, and urban development threaten water quality. Access to water, it was just said before, access to water has become a major geopolitical issue, both as a vital resource for the world's growing population and as a weapon of war in armed conflicts. The destruction of Ukrainian dams by repeated Russian military bombardments in recent weeks and recent days is another unfortunate illustration of the interest of powers in controlling access to water. As you all know, it's also a major danger for the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East area, which is one of the first regions affected by global warming and the risk of water stress. Regular water shortages, which will increase in the coming years, are likely to deepen the security threats in the region. This is the reason why hydro-diplomacy and all innovative solutions for water security, which will be at the center of today's conference and your discussions, have a significant role to play. Only a strong commitment from the international community, from the international research community, but also from the international community as a whole, and proactive public policies can improve water management and conservation. In this context, France supports the Cyprus government initiative for coordinating climate change that you mentioned, Professor, and our friend, Mr. Ioannidis. In the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East, it was launched by Minister Cadiz, but under the auspices and with the support of President Anastasiades, and with participation also of Mr. Laurent Fabius last year to your one of your conferences that you held in Paphos, are very important. Close cooperation between countries will help find concerted solutions and reduce tensions. France supports also, of course, the work of the World Water Forum, which is, as you may know, based in France, in Marseille. And we hope that the 9th edition, which opens today in Dakar, will strengthen again the international collaboration for water protection. While progress has been made in Europe since the adoption of the Water Framework Directive in 2000, much remains to be done. And we wish that under the French presidency of the European Union, the various texts included in the Fit for 55 package, I don't know if you are familiar with this word and this package, but it's very important to reach our climate goals. So we hope that those various texts will be adopted, which could both reduce the risk of pollution and strengthen concerted management at the European level. And we are very happy that an agreement was found very recently at the last ECOFIN meeting on the establishment of a border adjustment mechanism, which will provide for a taxation on imported products which do not comply with European environmental protection standards. Coming back to water, more specifically, and at the national level, France has adopted in 2020 a new international strategy for water and sanitation, which covers the period 2020-2030, and which aims to improve water governance through an intersectoral approach in line with the 2030 agenda. As you may know, also the French presidency has also made the protection of oceans a priority as a climate regulator, but also as a provider of natural resources. This was the main topic of the One Ocean Summit, hosted by President Macron recently in February in Brest, in Brittany. And in this context, Cyprus joined the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, whose central goal is to protect at least 30% of world's land and ocean by 2030. And we hope that the island, that Cyprus, will join other initiatives adopted in Brest in the coming months. To conclude, I would also like to say a word about next generations. In the context of the European Year of Youth, I recently had the chance to meet committed young Cypriots who presented their proposals to address the environmental challenges, including water security. Nicola was our moderator, the moderator of one of this panel, and I was very impressed by the quality of their ideas to address this particular issue, such as imposing financial aid to create a more sustainable farming system in order to avoid soil pollution or promoting new technologies as water desalination to tackle water scarcity. So I think it's important, and this is maybe a suggestion for the future, that you could include those young committed Cypriots or young people from the region in order to listen to them, because they have a lot of ideas and innovative ideas also, and it could it could enrich your discussions and your research discussions on this very important topic. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you all the best for this for productive exchange and day of reflection on this very important issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. From the Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Development and the Environment, I believe that Dr. Ioanna Economidou is here to say a few words. Yes.
May I also take out the mask? Your Excellencies, distinguished members of the scientific community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address this roundtable discussion on adaptation to hydrodiplomacy and water security in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment of the Republic of Cyprus. I would first like to express my appreciation to the Cyprus Institute for organizing this important event today on the occasion of the World Water Day, taking the opportunity to celebrate water and raise awareness of the global water crisis. Water is vital for the resilience of both societies and environment and is a prerequisite for human nutrition and health, agriculture, ecosystem management, energy, and overall planetary security. Achieving sustainable water resources management preventing water scarcity and flood events, and ensuring access to safe water and sanitation when the world is increasingly affected by climate change and a growing population are key global challenges that amplify the need for international, regional, and multidisciplinary cooperation. Both the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change highlight the cross-sectoral role of water and the strong interlinkages between water and many policies, including inter alia climate change, security, energy, health, and food. In this context, hydrodiplomacy is an emerging concept that can provide additional means to tackle water-related challenges and facilitate collaboration between countries that share joint water bodies as well as common water threats. Hydrodiplomacy is also gaining an increasing emphasis in foreign policy as a tool for peace, security, and stability, as exemplified by the EU Council conclusions on water diplomacy that were adopted in November 2018. This kind of cooperation is ever more important in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region, which, according to many studies, is highly vulnerable to impact of climate change and is classified as one of the global climate change hotspots. The countries of the EMER region face similar challenges with respect to sustainable management, protection, and utilization of water resources, and in many occasions express their concern about the impact of climate change and their willingness to act collectively for resolving the regional water crisis. Towards this end, and recognizing the fact that Cyprus, due to its location and its excellent relations with the countries of the region, can play an important role in the fight against climate change, the President of the Republic of Cyprus, Mr. Nikos Anastasiadis, launched an international initiative in 2019, as mentioned by the previous speakers, undertaking a coordinating role in the efforts of the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region to ameliorate climate change and its impacts. Through this initiative, Cyprus promotes coordination and cooperation between the EMER countries so that an action plan is developed for recording and mitigating the impacts of climate change in various sectors: the environment, agriculture, tourism, health, water, cultural heritage, to name just a few. To achieve the objective of developing a regional action plan on climate change, which we hope it will promote the launching of the necessary transboundary actions and attract international attention and support, a detailed work program has been developed consisting of two distinct components, a scientific and an intergovernmental component. The scientific component is led by Professor Kostas Papanikolaou, Special Envoy of the President of the Republic of Cyprus on Climate Change and President of the Cyprus Institute. The work of the regional scientific task forces is critical for the success of the initiative, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Cyprus Institute for its dedication and contribution. Building on the need to address the water-related consequences of climate change, Cyprus also actively promotes partnerships with EMER countries that can substantially and strategically upgrade our relations with mutual benefits. In this framework, the Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment of the Republic of Cyprus has signed or is close to signing a number of memoranda of understanding for bilateral or trilateral cooperation with neighboring countries, including Greece, Israel, Qatar, Palestine, Jordan, and Egypt, in order to promote cooperation in the fields of water resources. Ladies and gentlemen, Cyprus is optimistic that by acting collectively and by fostering cooperative approaches to address common challenges, we can contribute to the equitable, sustainable, integrated, and climate-resilient management of water resources, promoting in parallel peace and security in the region, which is of increased importance, especially now in light of the ongoing armed conflict not very far away from us. I am positive that today's discussion will broaden our thinking and understanding in such a way that we can enrich our vision and strategies for the benefit of our society and future generations. May I wish the event a great success and all of you a fruitful and inspirational experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're now going to start with our first panel discussion, which appropriately is chaired by Professor Fadi Komer. Fadi, I will hand over to you for this session. And as keynote speaker, I believe you will make the first presentation.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Elle est déjà là. C'est laquelle? C'est celui-là, non? Elle est là, la présentation. Parce qu'il a mis toutes les présentations là, mais je ne sais pas si elle est là.
Je pense pas que c'est celle-là.
C'est pas celle-là quand même, non?
C'est ça? Voilà. Voilà, là, avec ça. Good morning. Let me first thank Her Excellency, our Ambassador, Madame Salina Grenet-Catalano, for her opening speech this morning at the World Water Day, and also thanks Professor Papanicolaou also for highlighting the challenges of the region in terms of climate change and water. And I would like also to welcome His Excellency Ambassador of Palestine, His Excellency Mr. Abdul He is with us today. We're very happy to have you, and all the prominent personalities of the Cypriot government, Mr. Ioannidis, Madame Haji Georgiou, and the representative also, Madame Yana of the Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you so much. Welcome to the World Water Day. My talk today will concern hydrodiplomacy and the nexus in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle Eastern region. And in this panel, we have a very important, prominent diplomat and water leaders figure, Minister Hassan Janabi, Minister Raed Abu Saud, prominent scientist, Professor Michael Skoulos, and also Madame Cleopatra Kitty. And the task in this panel is how to let riparian country be cooperative in managing transboundary water, avoiding what we know about applying the Harmon Doctrine. So, je dois cliquer où là? Ici? Voilà. So, transboundary water nowadays are really a cluster of conflict and a cluster of tension. We all know that 40% of the world population feeds water in 214 transboundary basins, and they share this basin with lake, and they share also the aquifer. So transboundary water does not only concern surface water, but also the underground water. Unfortunately, a lot of riparian countries has applied the Harmon Doctrine. The Harmon Doctrine is unilateral management. And in the absence of policies for cooperation among riparian countries, we can encounter water wars, as Professor Papanicolaou has highlighted in the opening statement. So actually, in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle Eastern countries, transboundary water are currently in the heart of the debate of nations, and also are within the environmental diplomacy agenda of the leaders of the region. So what about the Harmon Doctrine? The Harmon Doctrine is an absolute territorial sovereignty that holds a country to all its resources and also all the borders. So the Harmon Doctrine will not let a country be sharing water with other riparian states. What are the practices of the Harmon Doctrine? The practices is that we can retain water or divert water in regions which are characterized by its political and water fragility. We can also deteriorate the quality of water by the upstream country sending to the downstream country bad quality of water, creating major problem, and we can also use a military management of the transboundary water with a high political pressure on the riparian country. So the Harmon Doctrine refused all legal framework which are based to cooperation among countries sharing equitably the water. They don't recognize the UN Convention of 1997, neither the UN Convention of Europe of 1992. So what does the convention present for us in order to launch hydrodiplomacy action? In the UN Convention of 1997, we have several articles, and I wanted to highlight some of these articles, such as Article 5, that apply the concept of equitable sharing and reasonable use and participation among riparian countries. How are we going to apply Article 5? There is a lot of scientific factor that we need to take into consideration in the water management of a transboundary river, and this factor concerns the hydrology, concerns also the water mass that should be split into the several sectors of agriculture, of potable water, or of industry. It took also into consideration the population. It took into consideration the water leakage and the network, all these aspects, as climate change also, in order to apply the concept of equitable sharing and reasonable use. Another article which is highly important is Article 7. It calls for the obligation not to cause significant harm to downstream countries. And it calls also to share the data among the countries, the riparian countries, if they need to build any infrastructure in a transboundary water. So the concept of notification, which is in Article 12, is a very important address message to riparian country before we start building any infrastructure on a transboundary basin. So this is the essence of the UN Convention. So the Harmon Doctrine does not apply any of these principles. The World Bank, in its recent report, highlighted that all Eastern Mediterranean and Middle Eastern countries are expected to suffer from water scarcity by 2030. According to this graph from the World Bank, we can notice that 4 EMME countries are expected to show water scarcity condition, while the other 14 EMME countries are expected to experience extreme water scarcity condition. So this is what will also aggravate the problem in the region. Add to that, climate change also will aggravate the problem. Climate change is a threat multiplier, causing conflict on transboundary water basins due to extreme event. It exacerbates water-related vulnerability and risks, particularly on water scarcity, drought. We have a lot of flash flood due to climate change, impacting food security, impacting mass population transfer. I have highlighted 2 examples here, one concerning Jordan, which can expect 30% of decrease in per capita water availability by 2040, and His Excellency Minister Raed Abdul will highlight the problem of the Jordan River Basin. And another also particularity of this basin is the Palestinian case. Unfortunately, 64 of the Palestinian governorates are under acute water scarcity. Given climate change effect, this rate will be expected to attain 73% in 2050. So in this graph, we have also take this graph from the Water Task Force report that the Cyprus Institute has implemented, and we have launched this report in our last conference, October conference in Paphos. It shows where are the country where the limit of water is under 500 meter per capita per year. That means extreme water scarcity. So we see that mainly all the region of the EMME country are under scarcity. So water in the EMME region is an international issue. Why? Because first of the geography, and second, because of the poor governance. This is what was highlighted also in the Water Task Force report. 60% of the water in the region is transboundary. 75% of the water comes from outside the EMME region. All major rivers, tributaries, and aquifer are shared. Climate change likely to reduce water available, untreated wastewater. So here we come to the poor governance, untreated wastewater, poor drainage, and high irrigation water demand. 80% of the renewable fresh water goes to irrigation, unfortunately, and that makes the water quality also be a transboundary issue. We drill deep wells in non-renewable underground shared reservoir. We pump water for long distances, and we are energy-consuming desalination. This afternoon, the participant will go to Proteas. They will see what the Cyprus Institute has launched as a special desalination center, which work upon renewable energy, solar energy, with zero carbon emission. And this could be a very important example to install in the EMME region. Let me tackle only one example concerning the Harmon Doctrine and how the Harmon Doctrine is applied, is the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. With a total of $5 billion, Ethiopia has financed the construction of this big dam, which is now the biggest in all Africa. The height is 145 meters. The capacity of storage is 74 billion cubic meters, even though the initial plan that was presented by the Ethiopian government, the capacity of storage was only 14 billion cubic meters of water in order to generate 6,450 megawatts. So actually, they developed the storage to attain 70 billion without any scientific reason. This is why I always said that this dam is not an engineering dam, it is a political dam. So the GERD was constructed in the most complex area in the region. What is the problem actually with the GERD? The problem is that Egypt depends 97% of the Nile. If we fill the GERD in a non-cooperative strategy, that may cause a shortage of water of 140 billion cubic meter for Egypt, with the food crisis, with insufficient energy production for Egypt, and the decrease of 1 billion has an economical consequences on Egypt. 290,000 individuals will lose their income in the agriculture sector. 150 million of imports, they should put it on the bill of their import, and we will lose in Egypt around 430 million of its agricultural production. So in this graph, we can only see where the problem is. The fulfilling of the GERD in 7 years, as it is actually proposed, has severe consequences in the High Aswan Dam, declining the level from 174 to 147, and by that losing 116 billion cubic meter of water for Egypt. So the HAD is the High Aswan Dam, needs around 20 years to get to its original level prior to the filling of the GERD if we fill it in 7 years. This is why the Egyptian government has proposed a filling of the GERD for 10 years and more than 10 years. So how we can achieve a win-win deal on the GERD. We can achieve a win-win deal by securing water for all the country, because Ethiopia need water, Sudan need water, Egypt need water. But Egypt need the most of the water, unfortunately, because it's a complete desert. By also bringing a balanced formula between, a reasonable formula between the filling and the operation of the GERD. And this is why the World Bank, the Secretary of Treasury in the United States, has proposed an exploitation and operation of the GERD, and until now this proposal was rejected. Even the Union, the African Union, has proposed the same operation also path, and it was actually rejected. We need also to secure also the hydropower for Ethiopia, because Ethiopia needs the power in order to fulfill its demand management, and the three countries need the power. So the component of the nexus, the spirit of the nexus, should be the essence of the solution, based also on the creation of a transboundary management agency among the three countries. If we don't create a transboundary management agency, we won't be able to achieve a win-win situation. So the win-win situation was highlighted on the Orontes River case. We had a lose-win situation between Lebanon and Syria from 1947 till the year 2000 on the Orontes. And then when we have applied the UN Convention in 1997, we were able to sign an agreement, a win-win agreement with Syria, and UNESCO has given us also the green light to publish a book on the Orontes River, highlighting the concept of hydrodiplomacy, science diplomacy, and transboundary water management. This book was written by Professor Skoulos and myself, and we have a copy of this book. It was the first time that a UN agency recognized the principle of hydrodiplomacy. This is the book. So hydrodiplomacy, as you know, all you know, is involved four processes in order to achieve peace upon transboundary water. The first process is a technical process. We need to sit between engineers, discuss the problem of the effect of climate change on water. We need to sit and discuss also the hydrology of a transboundary basin. We need to make also modeling for the 100 years to come in order to ensure the demand management of the basin. And then we follow that by the institutional process, putting into action a water basin agency, then the diplomatic or the political, after the political process. We cannot start by a political process if we as engineers and scientists, we don't get together along on the technical process. And this is what we can do at the Cyprus Institute with our supercomputer, with the scientists that we have here. We can highlight the technical process of hydrodiplomacy in order to apply SDG 2, 6, and 7, and to apply also the dynamic of the nexus on the basin. So the first initiative was highlighted by Professor Papanikolaou, is the Hydrodiplomacy Partnership Program that we are launching at the Cyprus Institute in order to really train the future water diplomat of the region based on the four processes that I have highlighted. Each process for a week of training here on the technical, institutional, diplomatic process, and the scientists will be, the diplomats will be a future water diplomat. The second initiative is the Ecomed Initiative that was also presented and voted by the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program of UNESCO last November. We have actually the Ecomed Academy, and this academy with WSmart, Water Smart Intelligence Water Scientist project will be hosted by the Cyprus Institute, and thank you for Professor Papanikolaou and your leadership, so that we can connect, as you have said in your opening speech, all these initiatives within the EMME region. And these are the collaborators and the actors. Each year we organize at the French Senate also a very important event on hydro diplomacy and climate change under the leadership of Senator Olivier Cadic, the French Senator of Overseas, in the presence of the President of the Senate, President Gérard Larcher. And we have with us UNESCO, we have with us ELIAMAP, l'Académie des Sciences d'Outre-mer, a Global Water Partnership, a UN agency, ESQUA is with us also, and other also components who are with us. Let me highlight the work of the Water Task Force of the Cyprus Institute that Professor Adirana Brugman has very, very magnificently managed through these last 3 years. And in this panel, we will highlight the whole problem of hydro diplomacy from its technical, from its political, economical point of view by the prominent panelists that I have introduced, the Professor Skoulos, His Excellency Minister Janabi, who will talk about the Mesopotamian River, His Excellency Raed Abu Saud about the Jordan River Basin, and Ms. Cleopatra Kitty about the hydro diplomacy from the economical perspective. And thank you so much. Thank you. Let me invite the Professor Skoulos to take the floor and to present for us a good example about hydro diplomacy. Thank you. Si tu peux nous aider, Nicolas.
Thank you very much, Fadi. I would also like to thank this one. I would like to thank very much also Professor Panicolaou and the Institute, of course, Fadi Comer, with whom we have worked for years, more than 20 years, on these issues. And I would like, well, something here. And since, Fadi, you mentioned the meetings in the Senate, and particularly the Nile, let me add one more thing. The people living on the delta are the most vulnerable. We are talking about 15 to 20 million. With no water, first of all, we have a lowering of the level of the soil. And second, we have reduction, we will have reduction of agriculture, which is their almost single, yes. Imagine 15 to 20 million refugees and where they have to go. Okay, so I directly go to hydro diplomacy, and when I say sometimes we, I refer to the Global Water Partnership Mediterranean, one of the 13 regions of the Global Water Partnership, which is intergovernmental organization with headquarters in Stockholm. The Mediterranean Information Office for Environment, Culture and Sustainable Development, the greatest, the biggest federation of NGOs of the entire Mediterranean, 133 organizations with two pillars, the European Environment Bureau from Brussels with another 100 organizations, and the Arab Network for Environment Development with another 100 organizations going up to the Gulf, and the UNESCO Chair and Network for Sustainable Development Management and Education in the Mediterranean. In the network, these organizations, together with others, participate. In this, the last few years, we have worked in many areas. Which one we are? This one? Thank you very much. These are some of the works we have. I'm not going, starting with the Nestos between Greece and Bulgaria, with the work with the Cornell University on water scarcity, peace, and democracy, and the Northwestern Sahara Aquifer System, and of course the DRIN on the Orontes. I'm going to say only few things, and the DRIN on which I'm going to focus, and I'll explain why. On Orontes, already Fadi said that we had together with us UNESCO, Membo, number of universities, Italian universities, and the University of Texas in Austin, where George also Comer contributed in this work. And we have used, first of all, we started with the historical background viewed by Lebanese, Syrian, and Turkish people, and then a consideration of models deriving from global governance coupled with results of applications of a series of technological tools, ICT applications, and decision support. Unfortunately, as Fadi said, we couldn't apply all the recommendations we had there because of political changes at that time. In the hydrodiplomacy, in this very room in 2020, my friend Kostas has invited me, and I have presented here the first time the Nexus. First time here, I mean. We have 4 components, 4 important components. We started with water because most of us are water people. But very immediately we saw that this cannot actually obtain the results we want when we have other people dealing with the energy issue, the food issue, or the ecosystems issue. And actually, GWP and MIO have put in the international agenda the ecosystems. And we have the WIFE. And I explain why it is so important, because it creates within the tetrahedron enough space. You may lose a little bit in the area of water, but you get back energy. Or you lose something on energy, but you secure the biodiversity and the productivity of your systems, and so on and so forth. So Nexus is the logical expansion of hydrodiplomacy. And this is not only for diplomats. It is also for experts and politicians in their negotiations. And I will come to that. For each one of them, you can see all the ways in which they are interconnected. For example, hydrodiplomacy is directly linked with the hydropower, but also with food provided by aquatic systems or by energy transportation. So there are so many things there that bring these things together. And in this visualization, we try to show how from tensions, from a system of tensions, we can change it to a system of convergence. I tried to visualize, to give this for my students to understand better. 6 are the key security, the aspects for Nexus security. Nexus enhances the transboundary security because it helps the management of competition and of conflict through a rule-based system. So indeed, Nexus, and I will explain later, is greatly supported if we have the UN conventions in place. But if not, if we can have some kind of agreements between or among the countries. It goes beyond physical availability. It is going, because of the complex interactions between natural and socioeconomic systems, it helps in addressing variability and risk. It may help social policies addressing the needs of individuals, very important, especially the poor and vulnerable, could meet environmental ecosystem needs over time in terms of quantity and quality, and contributes in addressing climate change. Water security, energy security, food security, protection of inland and coastal waters, biodiversity, climate change, substantial economic benefits, new green, blue jobs created, or existing jobs preserved are some of the things I get more, because I have more things to say. From the 4 components, we have limited elasticity, for example, for food or traditional energy production from fossil fuel, when we are talking about the production. But we have high elasticity in their use. We can have networks, we can even have to a limit, storage of water, transport of water. The least elastic are the ecosystems. And I stress this because the major problem of climate change is not the flood, it is the loss of biodiversity. It's the loss of the system, the natural system itself to self-purify, to provide oxygen, to support the basics of our life on Earth. And this has to be understood. It's the first time through Nexus that we see the connection, so strong the connection for the environmental, water for environment. And here I start getting into the specific example. Our example is in the Western Balkans. And you see how the density of hydropower in Southeast Europe and Western Balkans. Now I'm going to present the dream case. Why? Because the dream case, and our diplomat is not with us there, the dream case is a very successful hydro diplomacy with very limited intervention of diplomats. They were always aware, but they kept distance. And this is very important in view of what we are discussing here. So in the first phase, we started in 2002 in Johannesburg. The Greek government announced at that time that they wanted to have IWRM to help IWRM in the river basin south of Danube. And the German government had already another activity similar, the Petersburg, a German city initiative. These came together and we said which are the most important rivers south of Danube, and Drin, Sava is the one and Drin is the other. It's a very important river. So in the first period, we had these two governments using the Global Water Partnership Mediterranean as a secretariat to raise funds, and also the MIO to bring the civil society of the region together, explain and support. And then, in the second phase, these two governments took a distance, because all the governments of the region, the 5 governments of the region, from Prespa, Greece, Northern Macedonia, at that time in a big problem about the name, Albania, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and as observed as Kosovo. All these countries after the devastating war of the destruction of former Yugoslavian Republic. So very soon, all the departments of water and energy, in some cases, from these countries came together. And they accepted the Global Water Partnership as a facilitator and the Secretariat. In 2019, we started developing, and we had a memorandum of understanding, always informing, of course, and having the agreement of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs. But they didn't, the Ministries of Foreign Affairs didn't make the negotiations. We made the negotiations through the experts. So, and we had the first agreement, and because at that time we couldn't have the name of Northern Macedonia, we tried something which is unique in the international. We put the flags and not the names because the countries wanted to collaborate, and next to the flag they put the signature without name. So we started in the first phase then, the nexus. We started bringing in the nexus. And the nexus was actually, first we had a diagnostic analysis in first phase, a qualitative and quantitative assessment for priority issues by looking at resource flows, 3 topics, hydropower and flood management, because this is a very big issue. When they have problems with floods, they open the gates in order to protect the dams, and we have floods downstream. A very big issue, very big problem. We have 3 lakes there. I come to that. The second was how biomass, because there are forests there, and forest management and its implications on the environment can be, and health can be brought in the picture, the ecosystems I mentioned before, and also the evolution of agriculture and irrigation. So these are the countries, and Kosovo as observer, and you see the system. You see the system where we have some of the most important, we have the 3 lakes, two Prespa lakes in the Greek border with Albania and Northern Macedonia, the Ohrid Lake, the most deep lake and most ancient lake of Europe. We have the most important species, the Dalmatian pelican, the Prespa trouts, meadows, all kinds of protected areas. And as you can see, we have 5 sub-basins, 2 transboundary rivers. We have the Drin River and the Drina River. And from the Skodra Lake to the sea, we have this part which is called Bona-Bojana River. So this is the area we have. And in the second phase, all this has been completed now. We have the Nexus assessment for developed during 20. We had a basket funding from Jeff, from Sweden, SIDA, from ADA, the Austrian Development Agency, and through this we had also the analysis of costs and benefits of coordination among operators of hydropower plants in the Drin Cascade. We had both from North Macedonia and Albania sides, transboundary integrated model, linking energy and hydrological models and testing scenarios to identify under each one the benefits of cooperation around flood management and electricity generations, and also what I mentioned about the biomass. We have reduced, and this has been accepted by all the countries, the conditions, pressures, and root causes of vulnerability, enhancing the resilience of the system. And of course, we used a mix of measures: technological, institutional, and educational, information, cultural. All the three are important, and they work only in synergy. We need not only hard, but also soft infrastructures, and this, of course, blending of investment should be promoted and provide benefits. We started with funding already implementation. Now we are waiting for more funds for the implementation of that. Among the things that are in the list are multi-purpose dams for hydro and irrigation, energy flow optimization, decarbonized energy solutions, including desalination, although the area is very rich in water, in some cases we need, irrigation systems, green-blue urban interventions, nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based approaches. And the soft include education, capacity building, management, robust support of institutions, information sharing, capacity building. It took many years. Why? Because we took our time to create confidence. Confidence that we have nothing behind. We don't have any secret agenda. And they feel comfortable with a neutral system. This is why I'm referring that here, because, but it takes time. It takes time, a lot of time, energy, and to raise the resources. None of the country brought resources in the system. Apart from Greece, from the very, very beginning when we started the sounding of the ground. All the rest we had to raise, and still we are doing that. And of course we need, yesterday we discussed about abolishment of silos. I'm now using a different thing. Silos will be there, and they are useful, but we need to open channels and pipes between and among them, because this also makes people to feel safe, because they know their system. So they know better their system, but they are more eager to accept this opening of the channels. And the results until now, we have the joint body established through the DRIN, fully operational. We have the transboundary diagnostic analysis developed and adopted by the countries. We have the strategic action plan endorsed at ministerial level, and it is already operationalized. We have concrete steps, and we are moving very, well, I don't know how quickly, but surely to an international agreement. So it will be a convention. And here is as we started. Here is the statement as we started. And I think that this is a unique example that might be useful also for the discussions we have here. Thank you very much.
So we would like to thank Professor Skoulos and to invite His Excellency Hassan Janabi to say a few words. Do you have a presentation?
Yes, I have.
Yes?
I sent it.
Yes, yes. So we need to just see which one it is. But, this one. Okay. Is this one, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But this is PDF format.
Yeah, but you can still go through it.
Okay.
It's the same. Yeah.
All right.
You can use this.
This is right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Fadi, for inviting us. Thank you, sir. Thank you for everyone present here. I'll be talking about a case that is not really very pleasant in terms of the consequences to the region. It is very complicated, but I personally will not lose hope of solving this issue for the benefit of our region. Well, this is the Euphrates Tigris water basins. As you can see, that it extends beyond many countries, particularly Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran. And you can see from the outset that there is a very extensive network of control structure that has been constructed in all countries, of course, including my own country, Iraq, with one difference, that Iraq started this construction of control structures much earlier than our neighbors, because Iraq is the most downstream country, and it suffered over the history of mainly flood, but also occasional drought conditions. So it started its control over water much earlier than the rest of our neighbors. The characteristics of the basin right now started in mid-70s perhaps, that we have extensive network of dams in all riparian countries. Those dams, they stored, of course, they were constructed to store water. So the installed storage capacity exceeds the natural yields of the rivers, which translate into an over-control. So it's, in my view, unsustainable. You cannot just install storage capacity more than the natural yield of the river. Of course, with that, it's increased demand, with increased population, economic development, even climate change and the global warming with higher evaporation and what have you. But the resources are the same. You cannot increase the yield of any river system, of course, because, water or the flow is changing from one season to another. But in total, on a long term, the river can only produce certain amount of water. In my view, that the way that all countries are controlling the water is unsustainable, and mostly, I think totally, completely unilateral actions, yes, uncoordinated actions. Of course, in our area, common national and transboundary challenges, including security, war, terrorism, poverty, climate change. So we have really formidable challenges, national and transboundary challenges in the area. And also, we don't have any long-term or short-term agreement on shared waters, except between Iraq and Syria, that we are lucky to have it in the 90s of partitioning the water that has been released from Turkey to downstream countries. Of course, also, there is no coordination regarding the operation of the dams. This is very important because before the construction of the dams, there was no issue. All that water used to come to Iraq. Nobody complains, but now every drop of water is controlled. And we cannot destroy all these structures, but at least we can reach an agreement to minimize the risk, minimize the impact, the negative impact on downstream countries. We need at least to reach some sort of agreement on how can neighboring countries operate their dams and structures to ensure that the negative impact is minimum, and if there is any benefit, that it would be maximized. So the operations of those dams, this is vast network of dams in Iraq, Iran, Turkey, and Syria. We know nothing whatsoever about how those countries are operating their dams. Well, so this is the main characteristics of the flows in the Mesopotamian rivers. As I said before, that all the water generated by the twin rivers, Tigris and Euphrates, and their tributaries, prior to the 1970s, used to come to Iraq. So we were able to talk about one river from the origin to the confluence in the Gulf, one river. But then it became like, after the dam construction and, of course, the establishment of political borders, the one river became many, many rivers. There's the Turkish Euphrates, the Syrian Euphrates, and the Iraqi Euphrates, based on these politics. So what is important here, you see from March to June, in these 3 months, 70% of the flow occurs on a yearly basis, because the hydrology in this area is snow melt hydrology. So the snow falls on the highlands of Turkey and Iraq and Iran, and then when the temperature increases, this melts and becomes runoff. It is not related to the like rainfall events and things like that. It's mainly related to the snow cover in the highlands. So when it starts to heat, March to June, like this time of the year, the maximum flow occurs. And in July and to September, only 10% of the flow happens, while we, for example, in Iraq, it is the maximum demand period. So, and the 70% of the flow happens where minimum demand are there. And of course, October and February. So this is very characteristics of a snow melt hydrology rather than rainfall runoff direct relationship. That's why Iraq started, because all this used to come to Iraq. So Iraq started much, much earlier in building hydraulic structures to control this, to save the water during the minimum demand, and use it in the period where maximum demand so this is very, very characteristic. So this is an illustration of the network of dams on the Euphrates and Tigris. All these boxes are major dams that have been constructed since mid-70s up to now. You see different colors, of course, is different country. So the storage capacity, for example, on the Euphrates River, which is the yearly yield of the Euphrates River is 30 billion cubic meters, but the storage capacity exceeds 90 billion. So basically, those dams can control the flow of the Euphrates for 3 years. So this is completely unsustainable. This is at odd with the current management. Of course, in Iraq, we also have reasonable network and reasonable storage capacity, but it was justified. We started this when all this water used to come to Iraq. But now we feel that all these structures are over-constructed, over-designed. But basically, there was nothing wrong at the time when they were designed and executed. That's why most of our dams now empty, or at least half empty. Just an example, new dams in Iran. So we have, I don't know if there's a light here. We have, this is up one? This one, right? Okay. Yes, this is inside Iraq. Oh, sorry. Okay, I can't go there. Anyway, so this is the dam inside Iraq, Darbandi Khan Dam. And all these different color catchment areas are contributing to that river. So these are small streams that used to freely contribute to the dam. So our dam was constructed in the 50s, mid-50s. Look at every single stream now. Look at those pictures. These are dams that have been constructed recently in Iran. This is inside Iran. This is Iran, and that's Iraq. So no single stream is now allowed to flow freely to Iraq. So this has taken 60% of the natural flow that comes to this dam. All this without any coordination with Iraq. No prior notification, no coordination, no whatsoever. So of course this creates tension, and this creates apprehension in our country. And you add this to the challenges that are faced by Iraq and the region by the end of the day, but Iraq is in this case the most vulnerable country water-wise. So the Euphrates River, in terms of contribution to the river, of course you see that 85% comes or originates in Turkey, 12% from Syria. We don't contribute nothing nearly there because this water comes from outside our borders. So Iraq is not contributing here. The Tigris River is a little bit better. So there is an Iranian contribution, but this is very important for me. No. So I said without the Karkha and Karun rivers. These are major rivers that originates in Iran, but they discharge into the Shatt al-Arab in southern Iraq. So it's not included in here, but they, in total, they used to bring like 20 billion cubic meters per annum, and right now they bring 0 to Iraq. That's why the problem in Basra and Shatt al-Arab, the destruction of the ecosystem. This used to be the most fertile area in Iraq over the history. Now it's completely desert, saltwater intrusions, impoverishment, and what have you. So you see here that, the 40 years from 1933 to the 70s, for example, the Euphrates, we used to get on average 30 billion. And you see we lost more than a half. Similar, as a little bit better in the Tigris River, but now it will be worse after the implementation of the Eliso Dam in Turkey on the Tigris River. This is another way of presenting the same conditions, but look at the last 15 to 20 years. We are getting now 44% of the long-term average of the flow. This is a huge reduction. Please remember that in Iraq in the 50s we were only 5 or 6 million people, and we had like more than 80 billion on average, 80 billion cubic meters coming to our country with 6 million people. Now we are 40 million people, and we are getting only 30 billion cubic meters. So this change of the human water relationships in an ancient country where civilization established there due to the plentiful of water, now we suffer that. So there's a big paradigm shift we need in our attitude, even cultural, how to use water, and it's because Iraqis over thousands of years used to live with plentiful of water, and they don't have the capacity to change into drought conditions, just like, for example, the case in Jordan. So in Jordan, for example, they don't talk about water, they talk about water shortage, but they always increasing the efficiency of using water. In our case, no, the farmer, the household, they used to have plentiful of water, and now they are struggling to cope with little and little. So it's completely I mean, the severity of feeling that this water is gone is extremely killing and suffocating our nation, our society. Well, this is also a graph. You know, the 1st of June of every year in Iraq is very significant history. I mean, very significant day in our water calendar because we plan the next 12 months of water management based on what we have on the 1st of June of every year. You see the first half. So this is the median, this is the average, the horizontal line. You see before, we always have more water than the average. And you know, in recent years, we are much less than the average on the first. So this impact greatly on the agriculture. We in Iraq we have 2 seasons of agriculture, summer and winter. So based on the availability of water in our storages on the 1st of June, we plan. That's why, for example, this year, because we have less water, so the government announced 50% reduction in agricultural land. It's 50% reduction in agricultural land where you have like 30 to 35% of the population living on agriculture. So this is socially, politically, economically, is very, very harsh. Well, we in Iraq, of course, consider the water is existential threat, and this is very true. Every city in Iraq, or township, or village, is located on a flowing river, or a canal, or a stream. Throughout the history, and Iraq is a very ancient country. So we don't have like city, you know, in the middle of nowhere where there's no flowing water. It is very hot in Iraq. We are at the edge of the desert, the empty quarters and what have you, so you cannot survive. Unlike, for example, in Turkey or even Syria or even here in Europe, you can have major cities, but no flowing water. Well, you know, you've got the green water, as we say, like rainfall, groundwater, etc. So, but in Iraq, every single thing is related to flowing water. Even our use of groundwater, we don't have tradition of that. Now we are trying to develop, like somehow adaptation measure, but not very, very common. So, and then agriculture, as I said, is the biggest employer in Iraq. The livelihood of at least 15 million people are dependent on agriculture. Why? Because agriculture in Iraq is irrigated agriculture. So you need to irrigate, basically, flood irrigation or sprinkler or what have you, but is related to the availability of water, is not dry farming. Very little areas, dry farming is dry in the northern part of Iraq. We also have 5 million Iraqis are directly impacted by the marshlands. I did not talk about it because if I talk about the marshland, I can't talk until tomorrow. But this is a very unique hydrological and ecosystem in Western Asia that used to cover like 15,000 square kilometers, bigger than the area of Lebanon. It's all covered with water, with very unique lifestyle. It's the only uninterrupted way of life since the Sumerian civilization, and you can see it up to now. So, and 5 million of Iraqi people are directly impacted by what is happening there, and those have been really like drying out, and we try to sustain whatever possible percentage of that area. Food security is completely dependent on flowing water. As I said, agriculture in Iraq is an irrigated agriculture, and of course it is a threat to stability in the region. So even when Daesh occupied part of Iraq, they weaponized water. They used water to kill people, to flood people in certain areas, and also they destroy a number of major infrastructure. They occupied Mosul Dam. Mosul Dam is the biggest dam in Iraq with 11 billion cubic meter storage capacity. but they also destroyed barrages in Fallujah and in Ramadi and what have you. And I had the honor to revive, rehabilitate, and rebuild all these destroyed structures by Daesh. I don't know if you follow politics, you probably would know about the 2018 Basra social unrest, where like nearly 100,000 people get contaminated water and they got sick, and actually this is one of the major factors that, well, is not toppled, it was by election, but impacted on the government when I was member of that government, of Dr. Abadi. We lost the government. So in Iraq and Turkey, we used to have very good relations, water-wise, of course also politically and what have you. We used to be like in one block politically, and we had this protocol number 1 as part of the 1946 protocol of friendship between the two countries. And this is very specific, and I think one of the best agreements in the world developed back in the 1946. And I highlighted some of these. I will not go into details, but see how we used to talk about this. And you see that how Iraq has far more technical knowledge and resources and ability to like help Turkey in doing some water projects in Turkey. And you see, for example, see this, for example, observations if Turkey want to install some hydrologic stations in Turkish territory, so the water flow rivers, and had to communicate regularly to Iraq the results of those observations. And see the Article 1 that Iraq would soon send technical people to implement projects in Turkey and what have you. So now this relation, this like partnership have gone now. Our relation, like, you know, upstream versus downstream, and politics play part, and things have changed a lot. We have similar things in Iran, although I don't like a lot of what has become like an agreement between Iraq and Iran in 1975. But when it comes to water, at least the border crossing waters, we had very specific phrases in that agreement, where certain rivers with the names you see, A, the waters of Banava, Suta, Koharato, Janjir rivers, and what have you, shall be divided into 2 parts equally between the 2 countries. So 50% for every country in all these rivers. And then the second, and B, the rivers unnamed, was also named, some of them, that the partitioning of the water flowing has to be based on the 1914 agreement between the Ottoman Empire back then and Iran, was also for the benefit of Iraq. And then the rest would be like within the spirit of that agreement. Now, all these tributaries and rivers that have been mentioned in this still valid agreement between the 2 countries have been completely controlled by Iran without prior notification, without coordination, without disregard to everything that could be of concern to Iraq. And yeah, I think I had explained this. And when I was a minister, we had one of the severest droughts in our history in 2018. So this is the marshland where these kids are running. This used to be the marshlands. Water in this area where these kids are now used to be at least 1 to 1.5 meters high. So this was one of the biggest problems that we faced, and I faced personally, and we managed with difficulties to like make water available, at least drinking water. I also was very much involved with Turkey prior to become the Minister of Water Resources, and then during my tenure as a minister, and I met President Recep Tayyip Erdogan a few times, and we talked about water. And as I said last night on a personal level, that he sort of entrusted me, that he said he appointed a special envoy for water to Iraq, and he wanted me and him to resolve that issue. But of course we could not resolve, and it will not be resolved unless we sit like partners. Is not upstream versus downstream countries, no upper hand approach. So all these needs to be, so this is very long way. This cannot, wishful thinking cannot solve the problems. It is really hard work. You need to build trust instead of mistrust. You need to build confidence. You need to make sure that everybody on the negotiating table is happy with the outcome. There is no there shouldn't be win-lose situation. But we need to agree on principles of utilization of this water. Of course, I need also to highlight that having long-term agreement on the water does not automatically solve the water issues like in Iraq or in our area. No, but it's a framework of cooperation, framework of common responsibility, and we understand what the future would bring for us, taking into account climate change and what have you. Similar things with the Iranians. I was able to meet their minister and also the highest level in Iran, but the case with Iran is much tougher than with Turkey. Iran, they have complete disregard to the claims of Iraq when it comes to water, and this is very upsetting, and people are very unhappy with this. Well, in Iraqi context, our position is cooperation, not competition, because the resources are limited and our need are growing. And also we need a negotiated agreement, not unilateral actions. Equal partnership, as I said, is not upstream versus downstream. Commitment to the principle of international law, or the UN Convention 1997, is a backbone of our, our stance when it comes to the water. Also, Iraq recently ratified or entered into the Water Convention, Helsinki 1992. And most importantly, we need a respect, we need a recognition by our neighbors to respect the existing uses of water, because we are an ancient country, as I said, and our water use, we also have been using these waters before our neighbors, so this needs to be respected. We don't claim any historical rights or things like that. We recognize that this is somehow outdated, but the existing uses are very, very important to be respected by any new water projects. And I think also one important thing in our attitude is that transboundary water is a shared resource, is not an individual country's private possession. So we heard in the 90s that this water is ours and we allow it to cross the borders and things like that. This is not possible. This is shared resource. It's not an individual country's possession. We also would always insist on preserving and protecting the environment, particularly the Iraqi marshlands, because right now they are World Heritage Site. We have registered the Iraqi marshes in 2016 as World Heritage Site. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would now like to call His Excellency Dr. Raed Abu Soud. You have a presentation? Oh. Okay.
The river is small. Hello, everybody. I think now, by now, you got so depressed with the problems, Euphrates and with the Nile. And now we'll get more depressed with the Jordan Basin. So sorry about that. Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for your patience to listen. Usually, I'm coming from Jordan, from Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. In Jordan, when I talk about water, usually it makes my throat very dry because we don't have water. Before I go to the basin of Jordan River, just I want to give you what water scarcity means in Jordan and in the world. And I don't think there is any country in the world has the same situation we do have. I'll give you an example. In Jordan, any house, south to east, east to west, they will get the water 8 hours per week. So you can imagine what type of water scarcity we're talking about. And we're talking about water scarcity in the 2004 and 5 and before. We didn't have this much of a water problem, but due to the influx of refugees coming to Jordan from neighboring country and the Hashemite family, they don't close the borders. They keep it open for everybody. So we're welcoming all the refugees. That's put our water system in more stress and more problem. So since then, we were like in 2005, 2007, we were like 5 to 6 million for population. Now we are more than 10 million. So that's mean more stress on the water system. When I want to talk about the transboundary water and the policy, it's not only the surface water. In Jordan, we have a problem in the Jordan River or Yarmouk River, also with the aquifers. I will not name the countries, but with all neighboring countries, we have a problem with the aquifers and with the surface water. Now, talking about the Jordan Basin. Jordan Basin, I didn't get the presentation. It's a short, it's not a long river. It's only 250 kilometers. But we're sharing this, the mouth of the river is coming from south of Lebanon all the way to the Dead Sea. I'll give you an idea of what's happening with the Jordan Basin. Before 1967, before the war, the flow of water coming down to the Dead Sea, it was 1.5 billion cubic meter per year. So we didn't have any problem with the Dead Sea. After 1967, at the Hula Lake, they transferred all the water down to south of Israel, and the water now at the Dead Sea coming like 350 million cubic meter. So you know the difference between before and after, and that's put the problem of the Jordan River more stress. Having said that, in 1994, late King Hussein, God bless his soul, he made an agreement with Israel. And you know, this is very political. A lot of Jordanians, they don't like the agreement. Some of them, they like it. I personally, I appreciate this agreement a lot because we managed to get back some of our rights of the water back to Jordan, and now we're getting the benefit of it. And we're getting our water exactly like it was said in the agreement. We have also another agreement with the Syrians in 1987 concerning the basin of Yarmouk at the river. We lost a lot of water in that agreement, but still it's not working properly. So we have a problem with the water in the neighboring countries without naming them south, north, east. No, we don't have a problem with Iraq. We don't have any basins with them or any aquifers sharing. But Jordan River Basin, as I said, it's watering from Palestine, Israel, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. The best way, like our colleague said, it's let the scientists and the technical people sit together, put everything on the paper. Don't let the politician come into it. They will destroy it. Let the technicians, the scientists work on it, make the rules. I think everybody will be happy and it will be a win-win situation. This is the only way to go through the solving the problem. Otherwise, with this type of scarcity of water, next step is going to be war. There will be no other solution at all, only to go into war. And we don't want to do that because everybody knows what's the results of the war. I will talk again about Jordan. In Jordan, we tried to solve our problem of water to find another source of water. Now, like we have 34 wastewater treatment plants. We trained the Jordanian, you know, we are Bedouin, so it's not very acceptable to be in the agriculture business. We take it as an insult because it's a Bedouin society, it's not agricultural society. But we managed to train some of the Bedouin. The outcome of the wastewater treatment plant water, we made sure it's a good quality for the agriculture, especially any type of agriculture, that not to take it directly to the mouth and eat it. If you cook it, it's at the trees, they can use it. So out of this 34, we're managing to make now more than 40,000 dunum of agriculture to be used by the Jordanian, and it's working beautifully. The most important thing, Jordanian accept that idea and they're going to it. This will help our water system not to be more stress on it. Coming back to our subject here, the only way is to sit and talk, scientists and technicians, to sit together and solve the problem. We have to stick to the United Nations Convention 1997, so everybody will be happy, everybody will be a win-win situation. Jordan is an example. If we can manage to solve our problems, to stress there, and to have this community that the Institute is talking about, I'm very much encouraging of that step, because this is the only way to go through it. Otherwise, the other solution, it will be to go through war, and we don't want that to be happening. I don't want to talk too much about the water now, because I think you got so bored with our problems, so I will leave the stage for you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I would like to invite our final speaker for this panel, Mrs. Cleopatra Kitty, to the stand. Do you have a presentation? Or can you recognize it?
It should have been there, and I don't recognize it.
It's not this one, is it?
No.
Just to double check. No. No. I don't see it here. You don't have it on USB or?
No. I sent it to Sophia.
No. Give me 1 second, I'll just see.
Well, last but not least, if I may say so, until they find my presentation, and if it's not, then I'll talk from my notes. On behalf of Eliamep, which is Greece's preeminent European think tank, I'm very happy to be here. I'm very honored to be part of this program that you are launching, Dr. Comer and Dr. Papanikolas. It's a groundbreaking conference for me today, what you're trying to do to bring the hydro diplomacy into the narrative and the competency of the region. So on this World Water Day, I think it's a significant announcement that you are making, and a gathering of experts that you're bringing together. Eliamep, as I said, is Greece's preeminent European think tank. Within its network, it ranks amongst the top 50 globally. Our research, publications, and initiatives look at Europe, Southeast Europe, the Mediterranean with its broader region of the Middle East, and China from a lens of foreign policy and security. We look at European policies and how those impact the wider region. We look at issues like migration, socioeconomics, and increasingly climate change and cybersecurity. Here we go. Thanks. How we do our work, and I think this is where our partnership with the hydro diplomacy program links in, is that we put focus on creating evidence-based research. We also connect cross-sector stakeholders. We bring together the business community, the politicians, the policymakers, the scientists to discuss and open up the debate. But we also create public dialogue. We inform citizens. We want citizens to know what is the evidence saying, where are the political debates standing, what could be solutions. And I think this is where we can contribute to your work. You spoke so much about politics at one level, but the public or citizenry at another level. Our role as a think tank is to bring everybody together and create a public dialogue. Dr. Comer asked me to talk a bit about our work, specifically the Mediterranean program. I'm very happy that the Cyprus Institute and Dr. Comer is part of our team of experts. We look at the Mediterranean from a lens of connectivity. We are very cognizant of the risks that our region is facing, but we want to bring together a narrative, the evidence of the value of trade, global and regional value chains, and regional security. And why is our region relevant to Brussels, Washington, and Beijing? We put climate change and the EU Green Deal at the heart of our work. Why is the Mediterranean relevant? We are 500 million people. We produce 10% of global GDP, and only 1/4 of our trade is intra-regional. And when we talk about the Mediterranean, we talk all of its rims. We talk of the European rim, the Levantine rim, the Balkan rim, and Turkey. We talk about the Levantine rim, but also from Egypt to Morocco. We're a very big region, but our potential is very untapped, and we are increasingly defined by risk and conflict. We want to reverse that. We want to talk about the Mediterranean being Europe's front line to Africa and its gateway to the Middle East. And as the European Union is pivoting to a new economic model, where climate shapes policy, where capital commitment by the multilateral institutions of Europe are more and more looking at climate rating capital commitment. For every euro commitment, what the impact of that is on climate, we believe the Mediterranean's resources become even more critical. And water, as a scarce resource, becomes at the heart of how new energy policies, like the hydrogen policy, becomes even more and more important. So what we want to do is understand the power dynamics at the regional level with the large power actors and create political but also investment space for regional collaboration and capital commitment. So we've put together some evidence from the Mediterranean Growth Initiative. I'm the founder of the Mediterranean Growth Initiative, which is a data analysis, data aggregation platform for all the economies of the region. And why we founded that initiative is to tell a regional story. Our politics are more and more emotive. It's based on emotion rather than fact or evidence. At least this is the narrative that comes to citizens. We hear our politicians talk a lot about what divides us, but they never talk about what unites us. And that's what we want to do. Our strength comes in the region comes from our diversity. So if we build infrastructure, if we build politics and policies that build on our common resources, we'll go much further than where we are today. So some of the data points that, by the way, they're open access. They sit on the Mediterranean Growth Platform. You can import them directly from the platform. So what we do, we have publicly available resources from the World Bank, the OECD, the IMF, national statistics agencies. we have all of the data, Eurostat data, and what this platform does with artificial intelligence, it gathers, aggregates, compares, benchmarks, performance of our countries. So the next few slides. We have water-stressed regions in our part of the world. Levantine, North Africa rims, and the South Rim more than others. Dr. Skoulos spoke about the Balkan Rim, which is the red color. It shows how rich it is in water access. The point is how you share that water access between the regional part. But the rest of the Mediterranean is water-stressed. Some of the countries in the region have made progress in water productivity, but most are at the bottom end, so we have work to do. Freshwater withdrawals are absorbed by agriculture. In some agricultural economies, more than others. In the current conflict, the invasion of Russia into Ukraine, we see what has caused to commodity prices. We see Arab countries facing severe food security. In this water-stressed area, this is an important consideration to bear in mind. And lastly, unsafe water and sanitation remains a big challenge for a large number of our countries in the region. So these slides are just food for thought. What we want to do at the Mediterranean program, and with the contribution of the Cyprus Institute and Dr. Comer, is to look at where and how can we proactively mitigate the risk. We want to be part of the effort that you are launching today, and we want to contribute by creating the awareness, what the scientists say, what the politicians say, what the policy experts say. We want to bring it closer to the public debate. We want to use climate to promote peace. And I will end with a couple of remarks. Connectivity is our future. The future is regional. Solutions must come from us within the region, and then we shape the environment that we need politically, globally, and more wider. Governance, including the quality of data to inform our analysis and decision-making, will be an important part of the way going forward. And I have seen in the terms of reference that Dr. Comer has laid out for the partnership program, where data and governance take a big part of the teaching and the learning and the tools. Today, I think, marks the beginning of a new governance model for water, a most precious resource. Congratulations to the Cyprus Institute, to Professor Papanikolaos, to Dr. Comer, for showing us the way. We want to be your partners. We want to be part of this next phase of governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Because we're a little bit short on time, I recommend that we continue this discussion when we have the coffee break, and I think we should probably move on. But before we do that, I'd like to thank our first panel for this excellent first round of presentations. So thank you very much to our first panel. I would now like to invite our panelists to sit in the front row and invite our second panel to the table. So our second panel consists of our keynote speaker, Mrs. Panayota Hadjigeorgiou, from the director of the water department here in Cyprus. So I'd invite you to join the table. Professor Adriana Brueggemann from the Cyprus Institute, Professor Maria Mimikou from the National Technical University of Athens, His Excellency Professor Mohammed Abdul Razak from Taiba University, Dr. Karol Shushani Sherfan at ESQA, UN ESQA. So please, if you'd like to join us at the table. Are we missing a few panelists? Sorry? It's there online. Okay, okay. So we need Angelos to help us with that. Yeah. Okay. So we will start with this is Panayota Hadjigeorgiou from the Water Department of Cyprus to talk about achieving water security. So I believe this is your presentation. You can control it with this.
Scroll this?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I first would like to thank Professor Kostas Papanikolas and Professor Fatih Kumer for inviting me to this prestigious conference and give me the chance to discuss a few ideas with regard to water security, which is considered of utmost importance to our region. This one? No? Okay, water availability has always been a major challenge for Cyprus. The water resources of the island are limited and depend mainly on rainfall. They are scarce and expensive to exploit. And Cyprus is among the European Union countries with the highest water stress index. And in the 1970s, there was a step drop of precipitation of around 15%, which resulted in a drop of almost 40% in river runoff. As you understand, Cyprus is highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change and is classified according to the IPCC as one of the global hotspots. The temporal variability of the runoff resulted in a high variability of dam inflow, which on average is around 83 million cubic meters of water. But as you can see from the histogram, most of the years are well below, far below the medium. So the traditional regulating source to moderate this was, of course, the groundwater, which at the end of the day is depleted and is deteriorated. And seawater intrusion, we can see seawater intrusion into coastal aquifers. But what was striking in the management of water resources of Cyprus was the year 2008, where we had a water crisis. We were forced to bring water from Greece because even though in 2004 all the dams for the first time in their history were full and overspilled, 4 years later, after 4 consecutive years of drought, they were almost empty. And then in response, a drought mitigation plan was applied, and almost all agricultural water was banned, and strict restrictions were applied to households. So the fact is that the freshwater availability is less than the demand. And currently, the deficit accounts for 60 million cubic meters of water. This is due to population growth, the tourism, and of course, the changes in lifestyle. And the point is that the demand increases both as an absolute value and also as a proportion to the total demand. So agriculture, on the other hand, even though it seems to be the sector which needs more water, it has sharp decrease in fresh water allocation because of the droughts, which could reach up to 70% in very serious drought years. So we have to reduce water imbalance, and of course, to this end, we have to increase supply and to restrain the demand. As you can see from this map, there is an impressive major waterworks which have been implemented all these years in Cyprus, from backwater conveyance from one catchment to another, There are many, many dams which accumulate with accumulated storage of around 330 million cubic meters of water, drill boreholes all around Cyprus, major irrigation schemes, you can see them in green, and of course 5 water treatment plants. But climate change continues to impact adversely freshwater availability, and thus we needed to augment supply through alternative sources of water such as desalination and sewage treatment. So how we address the challenge for domestic water? We first introduced desalination in the year 1997, but the turning point to the expansion of the desalination plants in Cyprus was the year 2008, which we had the water crisis, and we were transferred water from Greece. So now we have 5 desalination plants in place under public-private partnership build, own, operate, and transfer agreements, long-run agreements, with a total capacity of 110 million cubic meters per year, enough to cover all the domestic water needs at full, at 100%, because our government wants to free the domestic water from the vagaries of the weather. But as you know, desalination is not a panacea. It's an energy-intensive solution, unfortunately, so we have to optimize its use, and to that end, we use the standby mode, which is a provision in our long-term contracts, and in conjunction with the water treatment plant, we supply the water. Nowadays, and because this year is very rainy, we have 58% covered from the desalination plants and 37% from surface water. When it comes to irrigation water, we address the challenge by using the tertiary treated recycled water, which was first introduced in 1998. Since then, it is a growing resource, which is a stable resource contributed to the agricultural sector and with many advantages to the farmers. Today, there are produced 28 million cubic meters, out of which 77 is going direct for irrigation. 20% are recharged 2 aquifers, as you can see, is Esus aquifer near Paphos and Aphrodite aquifer near Limassol. And from the monitoring system, the monitoring program we've got, there is very encouraging the result that the seawater intrusion is started to halt. And this is very optimistic. So now the total irrigation demand is 160 million cubic meters per year, is covered by 70% from water use, but by the year 2030, which is supposed to be a landmark year for the SDG 6, and of course for us as well in Cyprus, because it's the year where our infrastructure for water use will be finalized, will cover 40% of our irrigation needs, which is a big deal indeed. So, as you can see, as the water resources are already highly developed, we have to go for the demand measures, and the management of demand is the most important factor now in our water policy. We've got both long-term measures and short-term actions. We have the Integrated Water Management Law, which was introduced in 2010. We have incentive water pricing system. Metering is applied to all users, and volumetric pricing and rising block tariffs. We try to control the leaks in the distribution networks through telemetry, SCADA system, and of course pipe replacement wherever needed. We have improved irrigation efficiency because we have advanced irrigation systems, around 95% all around Cyprus. These systems are applicable. We are trying at least to address illegal obstruction through permits and penalties and fines to the non-compliance. And of course, on a continuous basis is the cultivation of a water consciousness culture. Of course, from year to year, we consult the drought management plan, which we have in place, and we have allocation scenarios each year to the water for irrigation to the farmers using a quota system and overconsumption charges. These, of course, are agreed with the Water Advisory Committee, and the ultimate body which agrees to this is the Council of Ministers. Here you can see the pricing of water services, and you can see that for domestic water, government is selling the water to the water utilities in bulk, and this price of 0.82 euro per cubic meters is uniform all around Cyprus, and it includes the capex, the opex, the depreciation, the environmental, and the resource cost. That is, we have full cost recovery for the domestic sector in accordance with the Water Framework Directive. When it comes to the irrigation, though, we take into account the social and the environmental impact of that sector, and so we have adequate contribution, and you see the water from dams, the raw water from dams is very cheap, although we have, it's double when we have overconsumption, but when it comes to reused water, it is even cheaper because we wanted to give incentives to the farmers to use this water. In the past, we have a psychological fear for using this water. Now these things are overcome. And of course, we take into account the environmental value of this water, because it has value as it comes back to the environment. Now, when it comes to the groundwater bodies, here the groundwater is used up to 60% for the irrigation needs. The things with regard to the quantitative status is not that good. Only 24% of them are in good status. That's why we try to regulate the abstraction and through the integrated water management law, and we started to apply penalties and fines for non-compliance. With regard to the quality, 67% is in good quality condition, and we have denoted 6 nitrate vulnerable zones, because there we have heavy agriculture, and here it is the Code of Good Agricultural Practice is compulsory along with an action plan, and the audit is carried out in cooperation with the Cyprus paying organization. Now, as already shown, I believe that Cyprus points to good achievement until now, at least we are trying to, but the climate change is real, is here, and unfortunately, as you can see from the standard precipitation index, which has been done for Cyprus, you can see the trend. In the past, every 20 years, we have an extreme drought. Nowadays, it is more intense, and this will be aggravated in the future, and will affect the availability and also the quality of the water. Therefore, the integrated water management is not yet enough. We have to focus on more sustainable water resources management to achieve water security and resilience. We have to review and update on a continuous basis, at least when it requires our water strategy, and we have to have more adaptive measures. So we have to educate people to recognize the limitations of water availability and shift their perspective and change the consumption and their lifestyles. We have to recognize and give the right message with regard to the real value of water and the need for financial sustainability, to foster the research and innovation and have partnerships with the private sector in order to have greener solutions for our water and energy-intensive solutions, to develop energy-efficient desalination plants with renewable maybe energy or new technologies that may come in the future. To build climate change resilient utilities, we have to upgrade our old infrastructure because most of the time they have already passed their half life, and to minimize the leakages and, of course, the non-revenue water, which is a main issue in Cyprus. And last but not least, to enhance cooperation and knowledge exchange with water professionals like you, the institutions, and between the EMA region for the benefit of our countries and our regions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I will now invite Professor Adriana Bruggeman to present. Because we're slipping a little bit in timing, I would encourage all our speakers to stick to their 10-minute slots, if possible.
Less than that. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, we are here together today to celebrate World Water Day, but also to emphasize the importance of achieving Sustainable Development Goal number 6, safe and sustainable, secure water supply and sanitation for all. Before I start this intervention, does anybody know what is the Sustainable Development Goal number 5, which precedes us? Sustainable Development Goal number 5 is gender equity, to empower women and girls, and especially to see more women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to achieve a better managed world, a better management of resources. So, and with this, I'm also very, very proud that here in Cyprus, the director of the Water Development Department is a woman. It's very, very important for the management of our resources that we have gender equity. Thank you. And then we would like to look at this picture. The Ecomed Climate Change Initiative. The Water Resources Task Force has focused on adaptation and recommendations for water in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region. This is a region of contrasts. We see an enormous climate gradient from the hyper-arid deserts in the Arabian Peninsula to the Green Mountains in Lebanon, in Cyprus, in Greece, in Turkey. In between, we see the rain-fed agricultural, marginal rain-fed agricultural systems with an average annual rainfall between 200 and 350 millimeter rainfall. We see the more greener agriculture, where we can grow wheat for our daily food, our bread, our pasta, olive trees, deciduous trees. We are getting more water resources, so we also get irrigation. These are the systems we are working with. With climate change, this is changing, right? The rain-fed agricultural, marginal rain-fed agricultural system is starting to become a desert. Our green agricultural systems are starting to become marginal. This is what we are dealing with. Does anybody know in which region we are here in Nicosia? So in Nicosia, we are here. We have an average annual rainfall of about 320 millimeter per year, but we have much drier years, we have high variability, we have wetter years. Right? So this is a system where we can have rain-fed barley production and legumes, but in a dry year, we harvest nothing. Right? So the Water Division of the Cyprus Institute is working together with the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Forest, from the Ministry of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Development and Environment, on monitoring what's happening in these systems. We are monitoring within eddy covariance systems, carbon and water fluxes. We are monitoring soil moisture, we are monitoring sap flow in trees, observing both rain-fed agriculture and reforestation systems. Can we sequester carbon in soils here? Can we grow trees in this environment? We're looking here at drought-tolerant native trees. Right? So we're looking at this land use system, how it's changing. We're monitoring the water and carbon fluxes here in Atalassa Forest Park. We're also working in the weather systems. Right? We're working on olive irrigation, trying to reduce irrigation, regulated deficit irrigation, but optimizing the quality of the crop. So we get very, very high quality olive oil, virgin olive oil, which is also very, very healthy. It has been recognized to be very healthy. So we can reduce 30 to 40% of water in olive orchards while achieving an excellent product. Something to work with. We do this in cooperation with farmers here in Deftera at Sraka farm. We're also working in the mountains, the green mountains of Cyprus. You see it, you can see it from the air, the Trodos Mountains in Cyprus, beautiful green pine forest. But soils are very shallow, 14 centimeter in the area where we are monitoring the water use of the trees. Very, very, very steep slopes, but the trees remain green year-round. It's a pleasant environment. We go there in summer, it's shaded, it's green. So these trees are taking up water from the bedrock. And this is not represented in our climate models. So here we also cooperating together with our colleagues from the Water Development Department. We're maintaining more than 50 stream flow stations in Cyprus to understand how much water is used by the forest, how much water is flowing to the streams. So we are finding that a large percentage of the water comes from the bedrock. So that means that there is less base flow coming to the streams. The base flow, the contribution of the groundwater systems to the stream flow, which maintains the ecosystem and the ecology, and as Panayota also mentioned, water quality, very important. It's all one system. So either we use the water for evapotranspiration or it's flowing to our streams. So it's very, very important to measure it and to model it. In Dutch, I'm from the Netherlands, we say, meten is weten, measuring is knowing. So this is what some of the work we are doing in Cyprus. And then I said, we're talking here about the Water Task Force. For the Climate Change Initiative, I would recognize all of the members. So this is an interdisciplinary team. Water is not a science by itself. It needs social scientists, it needs economists, it needs energy specialists, agricultural scientists. So we are a mixed group of members. Some of them are here in the team from 14 different countries. So you have already seen the map on the left. It's also pointed out by some of our other speakers. Water resources per capita in the region, annual renewable water resources. Water, it's rain, it's coming from rain. But we know climate change, water resources are reducing, but also on the other side of the equation, water resources per capita, population is still increasing. So the water resources per capita in the region are decreasing. On the other side, transboundary water resources, also pointed out by Professor Fadi Komer. The darker the color, the more shared resources, but still here this map is showing the water which is flowing across borders, but it's not showing the water which is actually shared. So all of the Arabian Peninsula are tapping from the same groundwater system. So they're sharing the resources on both sides of the border by pumping, and if you pump, you get the water coming your way. Climate change. This is some work we've done with our colleagues from the Climate and Atmosphere Research Center, Euphrates, Professor Lelyveld. Here we're on the right side looking at the decrease in average annual precipitation using Eurocordex, more than 20 climate model simulations, comparing 1950-2000 on the top, and then the changes for 2000-2050, 2050 to 2100, and we see that first changes we are starting to see red are up to 10-20%, but by the end of the century, changes can be up to 30, 40, and even 50%. On the left-hand side, we see the changes in daily climate extremes, the annual extremes, which we use for our hydraulic designs, right? So that we don't have flooding and that we can capture our water resources. But we we design based on statistics, right? This is based on the conception that what happened in the past will happen in the future. No longer is this happening this way, right? We see in the middle the changes in the height of the daily annual extremes are becoming much more variables. We see blue spots, we see red spots. So in some places they're increasing, some are decreasing, but they're right next to each other. Extremes, very high uncertainty, are very, very difficult to model and analyze. When we go to the last 50 years of this century, we see even more blue, right? So this is the paradox. Annual rainfall is decreasing, but the daily extremes are increasing. So water even becomes more difficult to manage. Okay, and then here we go to our Sustainable Development Goal 6.1, so the safe and affordable drinking water. And what we see that our region looks more gray, no data. Right? We are a region where we don't observe and measure enough to better manage our resources. Right? But we also see the nice blue color, that's where we want to be, 90 to 100%. Of course, we want to have 100% of water security for all. But we see the lighter blues, Palestine, Jordan, 75 to 90% water security, safe water access for people. Iraq, right, less than 75%, between 50 to 75. And even Lebanon, less than 50%. And this is also because of the influx of migration, the uncertain situation in our region, the conflicts, right? So not only do we need better management, we also need to have less conflicts. So then, in one last slide, this is an overview of what the Water Task Force has done, right? Based on the UNESCO conceptual framework, on the left, we recognize we need sustainable development, our foundations, economic, environmental, and social sustainable development, right? These are our foundations. On the top, we recognize that water scarcity, climate change, and shared water resources are systemic aspects. Right? They're pervasive. They need to be considered whatever we do. Right? Then our action areas, governance, regional cooperations, financing and investment for water resources management, research and technology development, resilience and reconstruction, and capacity building. So what did we do as a Water Task Force? We reviewed the national adaptation plans and strategies, national energy and climate plans, reports of the intended national determined contributions, the national communications to the UN Climate Change Initiative. 5 action areas. On the left, we found 55 unique measures in the Eastern Mediterranean countries. Many countries share the same measures, they have the same understanding of how we need to adapt to climate change. Water governance, very important measures, very important 14 different measures. Regional cooperation, 2 different measures. Financing and investment, 5 different measures. Water supply, 7. Water demand, reducing water demand, 12 measures. This is recognized in the region. Resilience and reconstruction, 10. Capacity building, 5. What we also noticed with our expert teams, that although the measures are in the climate adaptation plans, implementation is lacking, right? One of the problems is financing and investment, good governance, right? There is funding for climate adaptation. There are green funds and investment for climate adaptations, but the countries are not well organized to tap sufficiently into these funds. Right? Some of the countries are, but not all of them are. Right? So the policy goals, which we need to keep in mind, which has also been brought up earlier this morning, to improve water governance and integrated water resources management, to strengthen transboundary water cooperation, to achieve water security for all, to adapt water systems to climate change, to reduce water demand, and to implement the water, energy, food, and climate nexus, or as Professor Skoulos so eloquently explained this morning, water, energy, food, and ecosystems nexus. And of course, we keep in mind that water and climate are the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I believe that Professor Maria Mimiko is joining us online.
Yes. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I want to say a few words only on two critical issues we have here in Greece, and what are related, of course, to water resources and are affecting negatively all our actions, decisions, not only for climate change, but for the whole water sector in general. These issues are common, I believe, in the EME region. That is why it is worth to mention them today, especially this day. The first issue refers to the water governance. There are several, and many, I would say, different users, different organizations, different actors involved in the water sector, and the coordination mechanism among them is weak, if not existing at all. For example, the irrigation water is governed by the Ministry of Agriculture, the city supply, the water supply in cities by municipal or private organizations, too many and different. Energy generation is in public power corporation. And as a result, the mainstreaming of the actions, of the decisions taken, of the management mechanism and practices at a national level is a complicated and difficult task, and at the end of the day is not efficient. A second issue I would like to mention has to do with the absence of a national good and complete monitoring network to measure in the field quantity and quality parameters of surface and groundwaters. There are several networks, of course, managed by different organizations. For example, the Public Power Corporation, the Met Service have their own networks with several gaps, of course, and incomplete. And the coordination mechanism among them is not existing at all. This means that in several districts of the country, we have very limited data or have several gaps, especially when we want to deal with river discharges, quality parameters, and groundwaters. As a result, in several areas and several districts, we face absence of data or very limited data, inadequate data to conduct our studies. As I said at the beginning, I think that these issues, these problematic issues, are common in the EME region, and we have to solve them before anything, I think, in order our water management to be improved and, of course, to be more efficient. These are the very few words I would like to say, because I think this day you have to mention some problems also, which are affecting negatively our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I believe that joining us online also is His Excellency Professor Mohammed Abdul Razak. Can you hear us? Professor Abdul Razak? I can see you there, but
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, good morning, Your Excellency, the President of Cyprus Institute, Your Excellency, Professor Gumer, Ambassador, His Excellency, Minister, and the water experts. I'm just going to make some intervention because I prepared a PowerPoint presentation, but I was in the move from Saudi Arabia to US, but I'll send it later. Excellent presentation was presented by different speakers. And I'm really happy to see Money Research Institute, they're available to do project and help the member state in the region, especially in the Arab region. I have seen what they have done, the institute in Cyprus in terms of climate change is excellent, and participation money expert from the Arab region. And I think even linking between the Arab region and Europe is very important. This dialogue has to continue. I talk about the Gulf. I'm from Saudi Arabia, so this area, I know we are not part of the Mediterranean, but we have to link with the Mediterranean on Europe, and we have to establish cooperation. And I know that the money, Professor Gumer mentioned money of the agreement, that in the Arab region, I know there is the upstream countries, they are not cooperating much as the downstream. This is natural, but I think require hydro diplomacy, not giving up, initiating all this contact with them, like the Nile Basin, like the Euphrates. This has to be done. And Professor Gumer mentioned the one between Syria and Lebanon, Turkey. So this is a success story. And I think we have to focus on the shared resources in the Arab region. This we have to resolve, Now, there is no excuse. This is not an outside countries, but within the region. When I talk about the Arabian Peninsula, the Gulf state, we have many shared groundwater, deep, non-renewable aquifer. It's the water is non-renewable, but the aquifer is a multi-aquifer system, contain huge reserve. So we have to manage it somehow, so all the country benefit from it. And these, most of the shared aquifer in the peninsula, dip from the western side of the Arabian Peninsula towards the Gulf. We have multi-aquifer system. There is a lot of development in terms of mainly for agriculture. The only one is, I think, is being done between Jordan and Saudi Arabia. Some of it used for domestic water supply, some of it for agriculture. But I think they already have some kind of understanding, and I hope that develop it more to lead to memorandum of understanding, formation of commission, but I think they are on the right track, and they're working on sharing information. I think like the money aquifer in the Arabian Peninsula, multi-aquifer, so the development create a lot of environmental, technical, and social impact. So this has to be addressed, and we have with some colleagues, we just published 2 years ago, a mechanism to management of the shared groundwater in the Arabian Peninsula. And this is, I think it's a way that we stress on using the existing GC Secretariat. It's a very effective organization in the Gulf, and they have doing a lot of social, economic, and they have the water sector. And I think they can take the lead in formulating somehow a roadmap. We start maybe understanding, later an agreement, develop memorandum of understanding, and bilateral. So this has to be, I hope that they contribute. The main things Professor Gumer mentioned, when you talk about hydro diplomacy, we need to build the capacity. We need to do a lot of capacity building program, so to alert the people in these countries and work together as an expert and look at long-term impact on sustainability and future impact on the future generation. And I think this has to be done because I believe in the Arab region it needs to be done on a wide scale. Even the public, you have to do like for the region where the water is shared, they have to involve the people in that sector from the social point of view. And even my colleague mentioned gender mainstreaming is very important. So this has to, I think it's very important, and we have to work on it more and more so. And then we involve later the diplomat and the technical people and the legal, and we have to look at utilize the article Dr. Gumer mentioned on about the non-navigation and international law. And I think I hope that they will work together, because this aquifer, they can work within the GC Secretariat. You have Saudi Arabia, you have Kuwait, you have Qatar, you have United Arab Emirates, all shared, and even part of it shared with Iraq. So I think they have to start working together. And I hope that for other things is, I think within the Arab region, I think the Arab League has to be more active. And I think, I'm sure they have the ministerial, the ministerial committee on water, and the environment, they have to work together. And I hope that the UN organization help work towards Arab leagues. I would like, because I used to be part of working in ISCO, and I think the UN organization cannot work individually. They have to work in both many organizations together and work and consolidate some view, and I think they can help the region, because it will be, they have more impact. And I know ISCO doing a lot of work on this regard, but I think more to be done. And I hope that, I'm really happy that to see the Cyprus Institute have done, and I see many research organization willing to help, and I hope that all the country take the opportunity. And thank you for only my intervention. I apologize for not making a PowerPoint presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To close this panel, we have now Dr. Carol Shushani Sherfan, who is also joining us online. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Good.
I'm just going to share my screen.
Perfect.
Would that be okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Just give me a moment to set it up. Sorry, just one moment. It's hiding behind this. Sorry, let me just make this smaller. I'm sorry, just give me one moment. It's hiding behind the webcam. It's not letting me control my PowerPoint. Oh, I'm sorry, just 1 second. Let me see if I can move it somehow. Okay.
We can see it. If you put it in presentation mode,
yeah, but that's it. It's all the visuals that it's hide everyone. There we go. There we go. There we are. Okay, I'm sorry for that. Hello, everyone. Thanks is extended to Dr. Comer and Dr. Adriana for inviting me to be part of this task force on water resources that is led by the Cyprus Institute. And it really is a pleasure to see so many colleagues, Dr. Mohammed Abdul, who was here at ESCO with us before, and of course, Dr. Janabi and Dr. Saoud, who's we've worked with in the capacity of our work at ESCO. What I've been asked to speak about is some work we have been developing on assessing climate change impacts on water and agriculture in the Mashriq region. And this is, again, quite timely, given that it's contributing to our work on groundwater. So I hope all of you know that have been following the work that's been going on under the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And just a few weeks ago, they did issue their second part of the report on impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability. And there is universal consensus coming out from all states about the changes in temperature being observed and attributed to anthropogenic sources. So we can see what is coming out about the increasing temperature and changing precipitation patterns coming out from the IPCC work. There we go. However, when IPCC does share its information, Cyprus, for one, would know this quite well. It is global in scale, and therefore some countries are not well represented, and definitely regions are not well represented. As you can see in their very impressive atlas, the Arab region and the southern Mediterranean is divided into about 5-6 boxes. So when we can do regional analysis and regional dialogues to allow for consensus building and collective action on climate change, it's very hard to use outputs that are coming out from the IPCC. That is why about 10 years ago now, about a dozen years ago, we set up the regional initiative to assess the impact of climate change on water resources and socioeconomic vulnerability in the Arab region, which I'm sure several of you have heard about. And we do this with the League of Arab States and about a dozen partners in order to assess the impact of climate change on water resources and a host of sectors, be it forests, ecosystems, flooding, cities, people, and of course, health. And we do this again, not alone, we do this with our partners across the region. So I know most of you are familiar with the work we've done at the Arab domain level, and again, we were very happy to have Dr. Comed and Dr. Janabi actually welcomed the report himself personally as chair of the Arab Ministerial Water Council at the time, bringing forward the RICAR publication that provides an assessment of climate change impacts in the Arab region. That is the work on that first top line. But just in July, we completed a new set of outcomes that are focused on the Mashriq domain. And this is different because while when we were working at the Arab domain level, we were looking at a scale of about 50 kilometers square. Now we have outputs for the business as usual scenario that are at a 10-point scale, 10-kilometer scale, and looking at climate change that in more actionable terms, not only in terms of the policy dimensions. And what we have seen from these outputs is more finer resolution outputs regarding changes in temperature, and Cyprus is included in this Mashriq domain area that includes, of course, the headwaters of the Tigris and Euphrates, as well as pressures coming off of the Indian Ocean that don't only affect the Gulf, but also the Horn of Africa. And we are seeing, again, this warming of temperatures happening in the central areas, and this has implications in the near term. We're seeing just in the next 20 years, we're projected to have about a degree warming, and by mid-century, up to even a 2-degree warming Celsius. So this is significant. And I do highlight that in the Arab region at large, while the world is talking about maintaining a temperature threshold of under 2 degrees, by the end of the century, the Arab region will be at 5 degrees at the end of the century if we don't work collectively to mitigate climate and also adapt to its pressures. So under the Mashriq domain, we have also done work that is more seasonal in focus, where we have looked at precipitation, not in terms of annual means, which provides an indication, but really looking at what it means for different months. So I'm presenting here what we look at in terms of the summer season and winter season. As Ambassador Janabi just mentioned, it depends on when the snowpack is and how that is released further downstream. So looking at changes and trends seasonally will help us also better manage and forecast and predict how to manage this collaboratively into the future. And same with runoff. We are looking at this seasonally and we're seeing different trends. And again, so that understanding is here, this is the reference period that we are looking at. This is what it means in the coming 20 years, and this is what it means for mid-century, should we maintain the business as usual scenario that seems evident now, especially with the oil prices continuing and demand continuing to grow. Another storyline is looking at the number of hot days. I'm showcasing here the number of hot days and the international standard that talks about number of summer days above 35. I mean, look at us. We are already in a region where we are having over 100, 150 days of over 35 degrees, and this will continue to increase. I'm not showing this here, but we also have an indicator of over 40 degrees Celsius, because as we think of Iraq, Kuwait, the Gulf, we are already hitting peak temperatures of over 50. And when we think of that increasing additionally another 5, this is quite significant in terms of not only basics regarding regarding agriculture and water availability, but also even construction and infrastructure that cannot manage those higher temperatures that were not predicted before. I'm not going to go through all our findings, but I wanted to share with you that we are having a series of case studies coming out, as well as a summary case study on a range of basins and areas in this Mashriq region. They are right now under design, and they should be available if you are interested in this, in any of these basins, as well as others in the coming month. Just to give you a sneak peek, for example, Nahr al-Kabir, which is a shared basin, as you all well know, between Lebanon and Syria. We have generated with our colleagues in Sweden a host of outputs showing how trends by mid-century will be affected, how temperature will be affected, as well as precipitation. And as you can see here, precipitation is always very difficult to manage. It's always variable, but we see trends coming through, and this has implications also on how we can manage not only national resource, but in this case, joint resources on the northern border. And it was actually under Dr. Fadi that Dr. Comer, that we are also looking at watershed management work with the FAO in this basin, and hope to have some findings on that over the summer as well. We are talking here, though, a lot about impacts, and I would like to share and highlight that climate change cannot only be looked at in terms of impacts. We really have to look at vulnerability, and vulnerability takes into account the adaptive capacities of communities, of countries, in order to manage and respond to those challenges. Because even if the impacts are constant across two different countries, their ability to respond to those are quite different, and that's why we have to think about those dimensions when we think about vulnerability. So, for example, while water availability across the Arab region shows, of course, the water scarcity and the challenges faced across the countries, we see to the left regarding adaptive capacity, some countries are more challenged than others in order to be able to respond to the water resource and climate changes faced in front of them. And these adaptive capacity indicators include things, of course, such as economic wealth, but also things about institutions, about ability and human capacity and access to water resources. Several of the SDG type indicators that Dr. Adriana just mentioned as well. So we have to think about both issues: impacts, of course, the biophysical world, but also the socioeconomics when we think about vulnerability. And that's what we did when we worked with the Ministry of Agriculture and CNRS and other stakeholders in Lebanon when we prepared a vulnerability assessment of the agricultural sector. It's been about 2 years now, and identifying hotspots as to which parts of the country for the agricultural sector are most affected by climate change. And by then switching the results of our assessment into hotspots, it helps to better direct and help to inform where interventions can be targeted for enhancing resilience, not only in terms of the water management, but also the socioeconomics that are needed when we want to work on agricultural resilience in Lebanon. We're doing similar work in other countries. I'm sharing with you just some initial outputs coming out from our work in the Al-Jarwa. The Al-Jarwa is a basin that goes basically from Algiers, the capital in Algeria, over to the west. And we can see, again, changes across this basin in temperatures. And we are using this to also create a watershed design plan that is being consulted actually in the next early next month. It will be discussed with our stakeholders to be able to find ways, both on the water and climate and agricultural sides, how to respond to these challenges by mid-century. I can't stop without, I can't go on without also mentioning the World Water Development Report that was literally just handed over at the World Water Forum in Dakar, going on right now. Today is obviously we are celebrating together World Water Day, but the theme is groundwater, and ESCWA was very pleased to be a co-author of the UNESCO report and UN Water Report on groundwater, making the invisible visible. We normally contribute the Arab regional chapter, but we actually were a co-author of the full report because of the importance of groundwater for the region. And you can see by the dark blue trends here that groundwater really has a very important share with so many of our Arab states, and that has to be part of any equation when we think about sustainability, resilience, and climate change adaptation. Since this is a focus on shared water, groundwater, one of the work we are doing is developing an updated digital mapping of shared groundwater resources involving Arab states. It will build upon the work that we had done with BGR, the German government, in 2014, I'm sorry, and as well drawing upon other efforts like the one that Dr. Mohammed mentioned in Saudi Arabia in order to consolidate and create greater understanding about shared groundwater systems in the region. And what's important is not only looking at the system, but as with surface water, the number of players contributing to the management of a groundwater system, which is so much larger in scope, also needs to be considered. So it's interesting to see how many how many states are involved in the management of an aquifer system, be it from different dimensions, because there are ways to sustainable manage on one end that might be able to be done without affecting the other, but in other contexts, the integrated management is really very important. And then just to wrap up on some points regarding the agricultural sector, because in the end, water is so affected by the way that we produce water and also sustain our livelihoods, especially in rural areas. And we do need to emphasize that much of our agriculture in the region is rain-fed. There is irrigated, there is efforts at supplementary irrigation, but in the end, we still remain a largely rain-fed area, and that has to be considered when we think about adaptation to climate change, changing in precipitation, increasing ET, etc. Because in fact, the change in water availability has significant effects on our ability to continue to produce in the midterm and by end century. For example, there are estimates that agriculture output could collectively reduce by over 20% by mid-century, and even in the near term have important effects not only for our food security, which we're seeing now with what's happening in the Ukraine, changes in prices and import capacity with increasing in prices, but also our ability to produce nationally. So this can be addressed through a mitigation, through an adaptation framework that focuses on irrigation efficiency, supplementary irrigation, different economic tools, of course, greater capacity and science and technology. I was very pleased to hear just now, again, the gender dimension by a couple of the previous speakers. That's very important. Indeed, we work with several communities in Jordan, in Lebanon, in Tunisia, to help enhance agriculture productivity and small-scale enterprises by providing them access with renewable energy applications, decentralized modular units that help create opportunities for women who tend to be dominant in the agriculture and agribusiness sector in rural areas, and then finding a way to have win-win opportunities in climate change that address adaptation and mitigation. And some other resources that you may wish to call upon is some work we've been doing with ACSED, which is the Regional Center for Dry Lands of the League of Arab States. We've been working on them with supplementary irrigation, deficit irrigation, having new guidelines coming out, and working with countries on that, as well as water harvesting tools with other colleagues as well. So with that, I close, and thank you for this opportunity. I do want to invite you to register, hopefully, if you'd like to, before the end of the week on MENA Climate Week, which starts on Monday in Dubai. All the plenary sessions of MENA Climate Week are available online if you're not going to Dubai yourself, but you do need to register by the end of this week, by the 25th, and that's the link in case you are interested. We hope to see you there or online. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are now going to have a very short coffee break. So I would, the coffee break is upstairs. So if we can try and reconvene here at 12:30, that would be perfect. Coffee and lunch, so it's the, the most dangerous panel of all. I'd like to welcome Professor Isham Sharour from the Polytechnique de Lille. I'd like to welcome myself as a panelist. Also Professor Ilan Juran, Sharafat Afilal, who's joining us online, Professor Gonzalo Espinoza, and Dr. Ana Kaimari from Ecopis, who is also joining us online. So now we're going to talk about water innovations and initiatives for the EMME region. So without further ado, I'll invite Professor Sharour to give his talk.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Fadi Komer for this invitation. It's really my pleasure and honor to participate in this day. It's also my pleasure to meet my professor, Ilan Juran, and your professor also. My topic concerns the development of a comprehensive and smart water system. It's the result of about 12 years of research conducted with Professor Ilan at the University of Lille with the cooperation with NYU, W Smart, and other partners. As you can see that here we have three words. We have the question of comprehensive, which is really very important, and all the presentations of this morning showed why we have to go through a global consideration of water issues. The second one is about the smart, to see how today the technology could help us to deal with this problem, with the water problem. One of the big problems which we have here is about the complexity. The complexity, you know, we have a very good French philosopher, Edgar Morin. Edgar Morin wrote a lot of things about the complexity. And what he said that the complexity is really very, very interesting, but we cannot deal with it with conventional methods. We need other methods. That's what I will try to say, that why do we need to use this approach for the water system? First of all, let's come to the complexity. You can see that this man who should go to home. The home is under fire, and he is in rush. And the way to go there, you can see that it's really very complex. Very complex. The question that how I can find my way to go there. And if you look to the complexity, that we have some roads with some obstacles, and it's much more complicated because we are in the traffic problem. It depends mainly on what's happening. We could have some accident, and this could change completely our problem. The question that how we can deal with it in real time. This is the big question. Then this man wants to go home. He has this difficulty, and the big difficulty is that he does not have information. He does not have data about this. That's why this question is really very complicated. We don't have data. We have all of this possibility how I can achieve, make the best choice. And what is very important that we are dealing with vital issues. We are speaking about water. We are speaking about energy. Then this complexity is not only for scientists. It's also for us as a society. We have to find this solution. If it comes to the water, why the water problem is also very complicated. You know, the complex system have a lot of components with different categories, and they are in interaction. If I take the water system, let's look to the human part, about citizen, authorities, the private sector, and each of them represents a system. We are speaking about water resources, we're speaking about ecosystem, we are speaking about water usage, we're speaking about water treatment and reuse, the problem of infrastructure, all the challenges which we are presented today, about the climate change and so on. We are speaking about urban system, the question of governance and funding. We have a lot of subjects. We have really a lot of subjects, and these subjects are interdependent. They are interdependent. And the question that how we can deal with all of these subjects, how we can find good solution, optimal solution under some constraint. And this problem is much more complicated because if we look to the solution, we have also some requirement. The French word is exigence. Exigence much more than requirement. That we have to find a solution, first of all, which respect the reglementation. Speak about here because I come from France, about the French reglementation. And we know that we have some rules at the basin level, sub-basin level, at the national level, but we have also all the European reglementation. We have to consider all of this. We have to provide high-quality services, and we know that in water we have a lot of services. We have also to protect our water resources, the quality system. We have to be cost-effective and so on. Then we have a big problem, and we have to find solutions which respect all of this. That's why this problem is really very complicated. Now, what we think that the smart system could help us. The smart system, first of all, it's inspired from human intelligence. If we look to our intelligence, we have this capacity of sensing, to make the interaction of our environment, to get all of this data, to analyze this data, and after to take actions. If I want to take this scheme, this method of functioning, and apply it to the water system, or to the urban system, I have my physical system. It could be the water system. First of all, I need to put this system in my computer. Then I want to have what we call the digital model. We have to make our sensing, that we have to have our sensors to get the information. All of this, we will have the information. We have to go to the cognitive. We have to analyze this information. And today, we are happy to have all of the capacity of the IT. I will come back later on. And from this analysis, I have to come back to my physical system, and then I need some control layers. That's how this system could work. And for this, we are happy that we have today the capacity to do. If I take the first part about the digital model, if we combine the GIS, the BEAM, the civil engineering modeling, and now we have this capacity to build what we call the digital twin. We have the city, the water system, and we have the complete presentation of this system, not only the infrastructure. The infrastructure was going on, the flow, the quality, and so on. Then we have two things. We have the reality somewhere, and in our computer, we have a complete representation of this reality. Then we have the capacity to go to the analysis to understand what's going on and so on. The digital twin today is really a very fantastic tool that we can represent our reality in our computer with all the details which we have. The second thing which is important is about the connectivity. We have this high capacity today to connect people, but we have also this capacity to connect things with the Internet of Things. Look to the number of Internet of Things. We are going about to 75 billion of Internet of Things in 3 years. And this Internet of Things, which is really very interesting, that today the cost is not high. And it could help us to get a lot of data and so on. And if we look to the data collection, the mobile today is everywhere. And in each mobile, we have a lot of sensors. Look to this mobile. We have 19 sensors. It means that, and we'll come back to that, if we can have the citizens' involvement, since the citizens' involvement are everywhere, they can help us to get this information, this data, at very low price. We have also all the capacity with the satellite. Today we have a huge capacity with this. The drone, we have a high capacity. Look to the camera. We have more than 1 billion cameras today around the world. More than 1 billion. And we use them mainly for security. But if tomorrow we can use them also to manage our infrastructure, because they give us valuable information, very important information about our system. And today with image processing, we can really get a lot of information. Look to this one also, the social media. When we speak about Twitter, Facebook, and so on. Today we have this capacity, what we call the semantic analysis. It means that we can capture all these discussions and so on, and we can analyze them, and we can get a lot of information what's going on. And this information are really very interesting because about what's going in our society, what are their feelings, and they will help the decision maker to make the right decision. Now we have this data, a lot of data. We are happy also to have this capacity to analyze this huge flow amount of data using the techniques such as big data, artificial intelligence, cloud computing. All of these tools are available. They are available and they are ready to be used. We don't need very high skills. We need high skills to develop, but for the use, we don't really need this. Then, as you can see with this technology today, we have this capacity to model our systems, to capture the information, and to analyze this information. Now, how we can do? I said that we have this complex problem. We are scientists and we want to use the knowledge. For the knowledge, it should be based on data. In research, we can conduct some experiments in lab, but here we are in the reality. Then we can get all of this information using what I presented before. Once we have the information, we can make our data analysis. Then we can understand what's going on. But what is also important when we speak about water, urban, and so on, is the involvement. We need the involvement of citizens. It's really very, very important. Then the involvement also with the other stakeholders, we'll come back to it. The involvement is also very important, and also the innovation and the digital technology today offers us a lot of things. And that's what we call the smart solution. When we combine this capacity of data analysis, digital, and the involvement, we have something which really help us to make the decision to come back to our system, to improve our safety, security, and to develop what we call the optimal use of resources, and also to improve the quality of services. Now, how it works for the water system. These images are part of a comics, which I am writing today. Then I use some of this illustration. You will find them perhaps within 2 months in a comic book about how we can use this technology. The heart of our system is the platform. And for this platform, we want to get the information from our water system, from the aquatic resources, and so on. Then we put our monitoring system using the AUT. It's very important, and we can do a lot of things. But since we said that also citizens are very important, they can give us a lot of information using the smartphone. Then we can collect the information from our monitoring system, but also from the citizens. And we have a lot of examples today where really citizens can participate. All of this information will go to our smart system. And for this today, we have some tools. You know, the 5G is really very interesting, but we have also a new transmission data such as LoRa, Sigfox, and so on. These tools are really very interesting for data transmission. We will make our analysis according to our security and performance, and from this we can go to our management protocol or to inform citizens, something which is really very, very important. And from this one, we'll come back to use some automation, which is also interesting, or to work with our technical team to come back to our system. That's how we work. As you can see that we have our platform, we will get the information from here, and after we'll come back with decision. And this decision concerns our system, but also the citizen also something he is in the heart of our system. That's the global philosophy. I think it's really very important. I would like to give you some example about what we did in our project at the University of Lille. This project was conducted, as I said, with WSmart, with the help of the region in the north of France, but with the company of Water Suez, with Water of Paris, with the KWR, which was a very important institute of research in Netherlands. And we also worked within a European project, 4 years of a European project with the major companies, such as Acciona, Thames Water, Vitens. And the objective of this project was to implement pilot projects through Europe to see how we can use this technology. And in this one of the pilot projects was in the campus of the University of Lille. Why this campus was really interesting, as you can see here, they have the picture of the campus. It looks like a small town. We have 25 users, and some of them live in the campus. We have 140 buildings, and what was really interesting, you remember, Ilan, when we started with this one that we have about 100 kilometers of urban utilities for drinking water, sewage district, and so on. And when we started to put this, our dream was that could we monitor all of these infrastructure, put our sensor to understand what's going on in this infrastructure. And if we look to only to the water system, here is the water infrastructure which we have at the campus. We have about 15 kilometers, and they are the same as those in the city. We don't have interruption. But this network belongs to the city, to the university. That was easy for us to implement our sensors to get the data and so on. And you can see that it's also this, it's very old. And you have here some pictures of the water canalization. You can see that they are in really very bad state, and we have a lot of leakage in the campus. Then the first step was that we constructed our GIS model. The GIS model included all the components of our infrastructure, all the components, valves, canalization, and so on. But we also added the maintenance. All the maintenance, historical maintenance, were put in the system. That means that you take the canalization and you have all the history of the maintenance of the canalization. After what we did, we have two topics. The first was about leak detection. We put our sensors, you can see the sensors, we can measure the water consumption or flow, and we put them in the red color. It was about the water supply of the campus. Then we measure every hour the water supply of the campus, and in the blue is the water consumption of each building. It means that at each hour, we can make the balance, each hour, what's going on, and if the balance is, I will show you some example. We can, from this balance, we can detect very quickly the leak. And we also put some cell pressures. We have 5 of them, and the data were gotten every 15 minutes. Here is one of the results. We'll see that here I give the daily balance. Look, before we really implemented our system, we have about 500 cubic meter every day. It's about half of the consumption at that time. Then we have a lot of leak. Once we have the system, you can see that it dropped because we discovered all of these leaks. Later on, I have this leak, and we detect it, and in the same day, it was repaired, and we dropped the balance. Here, the same thing. You have something, and it dropped. It means that this system, that is very important, is really effective. Really effective. We can discover, we can detect the leak every 1 hour. And what was much more interesting, I don't present it here, that we used also the AI to see that not only that we have leak, but where is the leak? Remember, Ilan, that it helped us also to understand where is the leak. Then we can detect it much more quickly. Here you have the global comparison before we have our system and after we have our system. The non-revenue water was about 43%, after it was about 7%. The economy, the savings which we did in this one was about, in 1 year, 120,000 euro. And if we look to the cost of investment, it was only 40,000 euro. It means in only 1 year, we make the saving, which was 3 times, if you remember, Ilan. And this example was considered as a very good example. It was presented by the European project as one of the major results, that this technology is really very interesting. It's very effective, and we should go through this technology. The second one, which was also interesting, is about the control of the water quality. What we wanted, that real-time control of the water quality. And for this, we have some devices. We have used two devices. This device was really very interesting because we can measure about 10 parameter, physical and chemical parameters. And you can see the implementation in the campus of this machine scan. We put it in two buildings. I give you this result, which was really very interesting. As you can see that for each parameter, we have what we call the baseline. And sometimes if we have some abnormal events, we can see that the change here. And you can see it concerns different parameters. It means that this system could help us to detect very quickly. We have the data every 2 minutes here. Can help us to detect very quickly if there is something which is wrong. And since it is multi-parameter, we can have an idea about what is the kind of abnormality. Is it biological? Is it chemical? And so on. And this result was also really very interesting, and we have proved that it could be effective. We have also instrumented our sewage system. In the campus, we have separated sewage system. We have about 50 kilometers for the stormwater and the sanitation system. We have some problem of flood at the campus. Every year we have this problem of flood. And here we have the monitoring of our system. Then we have a weather station. We have some sensors to measure the head of water and the manhole. We have to have also the speed. We have also the turbidity. Then we measured some of these parameters. Let's have some of this data. Here we have the rainfall and the correlation with what's going on in our pipes. You can see that we have some correlation, but for the first rainfall, since we have some water which goes in by infiltration in the soil, we don't have this great effect, but later on we have this great effect because of the saturation of the soil. There also we can follow what's going on in the main collector, but also in the storm basin, because we have a storm basin. Then we can also control the storm basin. What we have shown in this example that we can increase the capacity of our system only by the management by about 20% for the storage of water. And this example was really very, very interesting. Here also you have the turbidity. Look to the first train event. Here's the example, and if you look to the turbidity, we reach something which is about 600. And if you look to the later events, you can see that the turbidity was much lower for the same level of rainfall. That shows that effectively the first rain is really polluted. And it's very important for the management, that what we will send to our water treatment station or not, have good results here. Another one, here it's about the sanitation system. Since the campus is not used in the weekend, you can see that we have a low level of flow. And during the week, we have something which is much larger. But what was interesting in this one is this result. If you look here, we have the weekly variation, and this day, we got a huge amount of water in the sanitation system. And it's about 4 times what we measure usually. If we looked this day, and we had a very important rainfall event. It means that we have connection between the stormwater system and the sanitation system. And this connection is not correct. We informed our technical team about this problem. They fixed it. And then we don't have this situation where some of the stormwater go in the sanitation system. That's some of our results. I can say that we believe in this technology, Ilan. I think that we did really good work. To resume, that we saw that we have a really complex system, and the smart system is really very interesting for this, to go to the comprehensive smart solution. Up to now, I don't know any example around the world we have this smart comprehensive system. We are looking for somewhere we can do it. Perhaps we can do it here, Dr. Fadi, because it's not only about leak. It's much more leak. You know, it's all the system. I think that is what is interesting, to go to this comprehensive system to cover all of this area. I hope that we can really find, because here we have the big challenges of the water system. As I said, that we have proved that this technology is effective. And they give these two examples, which are really very good example about this technology, and we have given this example also for the sanitation system. That's all. Thank you very much for listening. I hope really that we can make some collaboration in this area, because it's really very interesting, and we believe, Ilan, in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm wondering if we can maybe send a small team to Lille one day to have a look at this and see what ideas we can steal for our campus here on a smaller scale, maybe.
One of the PhD students who is here.
Yes, yes. We have the connection already. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think it's important, something we can learn a lot from this. So I'm briefly going to wear a hat as a panelist now. This session is about innovation, but also about initiatives that are happening in the region. So I will present to you a rather large-scale initiative that is about to happen in the Mediterranean region, but that has potential to be extended also beyond the Mediterranean to also the Middle East region as well. So first of all, I'd like to thank Professor Skoulos this morning for reminding us of the importance of the water, energy, food, ecosystems nexus. That final E is very important in contributing to all our efforts in the field of water and water diplomacy. So, since Professor Skoulos has done such a great job of convincing us of the need for the WEFE Nexus approach, I'm not going to do that again. What I'm going to talk to you about is an emerging initiative for the Mediterranean, which I think can have an impact even beyond the shores of the Mediterranean Sea. In September 2021, the Cyprus Institute hosted the WEFE Nexus Science Advances Conference, together with the Union for the Mediterranean, the PRIMA Network, the European Commission, in particular the Joint Research Centers, and also GWP Med. And what did we do? We brought together scientists, practitioners, but also decision makers, policy makers, ministers from all over the Mediterranean to promote the mainstreaming of the WEFE Nexus approach as the normal approach across the Mediterranean, no matter if you're dealing with water problems, agriculture problems, energy problems, or indeed ecological problems. Now, a lot of these conferences, you will have been to many of them. There's a lot of talking and a lot of feeling good, but these conferences really only matter if they lead to something real or something concrete. And I hope today also, with the declaration that we will talk about, this will also be the same result. So the WEFE Nexus conference culminated in a pledge by the participants to create a Mediterranean-wide Nexus Community of Practice, or NCOP. What's a community of practice? Essentially, it's to bring together all the people who are working on all the different angles of this to work in an integrated way towards the same goal, which is the sustainable development of the region. So the why, Professor Skoulos has been into it mainly, but again, we're living in a region, and this is true also of the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East, not just the Mediterranean region, where the demand is increasing, not just because of population growth, but also urbanization, and of course by the increasing challenges created by climate change itself. Eventually, this will undermine both the sustainable and the peaceful development of the region. We have seen time and time again that the smallest trigger can lead from a peaceful situation to a conflict. And these problems, as they pile up, will just be yet another excuse for some of the countries in our region to end up in conflict instead of cooperating. So the idea is of this water, energy, food ecosystems nexus is to bring them together to help create a longer-term outlook for the region, to understand that everything is interconnected, that every conflict that we have sets back the sustainable development of our region and the well-being of our people, and that at the end of the day we all have the same objective. We want to have a good quality of life that is sustainable in the long term. So the idea is to build, with this community of practice, to build partnerships between policymakers, practitioners, scientists, to identify best practices and share them, and to try and replicate them and scale them up at the level of the region. Now, one of the key outcomes of this conference was that Prima Network, which was involved in the organization of this conference, many of you will know the Prima Network, has decided to issue a call for proposals for the development of this community of practice. Now, the Cyprus Institute, GWP Med, and others are currently submitting proposals, and I'm not going to go into the details of those proposals because they haven't been submitted yet. What I'm going to do is rather go into the philosophy of these calls, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it's the Cyprus Institute or anyone else whose bid is successful. The result will be the same. The result will be an inclusive community that will include the winners and the losers of this call together in the same home to work together on these issues. So what is the philosophy? To create this Mediterranean community of practice which will not just identify the best practices of the welfare nexus approach, and by the way, these best practices are few and far between right now. You can count the good, the strong welfare nexus projects on the fingers of your hand in the whole Mediterranean. So the idea is not to identify, but then to bring them together as actors, of agents of change, you would call them, in order to replicate these efforts so that they become standard practice rather than being, as they are now, the exception. To offer services to these, let's say, isolated examples, to help them network with each other, to put them in contact with donors and the funding community, to work with policymakers to create enabling policy environments that allow these projects to thrive, and to also create a wider education effort, both among decision makers but also among the public, of the need for this approach. So the idea is that essentially it will be a community of communities or a network of networks. And of course, we've seen, Adriana mentioned this connection with SDG 6. This community of practice will contribute to a whole range of SDGs, but in particular 2, 6, and 7, which is essentially food, water, and energy, which already form their own mini-nexus within the SDG constellation. And it will integrate with all the other initiatives out there, whether it's the European Green Deal, the MEDEC network, the Ecopieces Green-Blue Deal, which they recently mentioned at our climate change conference in October, to work with all these initiatives towards the same common goal. So here's the theory of change, really, and this is why what Professor Skoulos said this morning is so important, that we need to add that extra E to the WEF nexus. The situation as it is today is the situation on the left. Everybody's working in their own little worlds, and this is true of academics as well as policymakers and everyone else. Water, energy, and food are too often seen as three different fields of practice, different fields of expertise. They have their own conferences, they have their own meetings, their own publications. And at the end of the day, you have the ecosystems or the environment, which essentially is the universal dustbin. It's kind of a black box, and it's what we consider what would be called in economic terms an externality, where essentially whatever you do on water, energy, and food, the negative consequences are somehow absorbed by the ecosystem. But this cannot go on forever. And so at some point you need to reconfigure this whole constellation, and you need to structure it. So you create what we have here in the center, which is essentially a water, energy, food nexus with the environment, the ecosystem right at the heart of it, so that it's no longer the dustbin, but rather it's the central point of everything we do, and it informs all the actions that we take on water, energy, and food. And you do the same with the people. So you bring together, and I'm sorry because these little icons are not very gender correct, but that's what I could find for free on PowerPoint. But essentially you bring the scientists, the practitioners, the policymakers together under the same house. The pillars of this house are the demonstration sites, these existing examples of best practices. And based on that, you can provide services, capacity building, coordination, and essentially what you're creating is a huge knowledge and service hub for the Mediterranean, eventually which can be expanded way beyond the Mediterranean. And then you work with the policymakers, you provide them with evidence-based advocacy, essentially, of why these things work, how they work. You build capacity so that ultimately you create a region-wide effort at collaborating towards the same objective, which is really, at the end of the day, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This afternoon, you're actually going to visit one very nice Cypriot example of, let's say, a WEFE demonstrator, and Marios will tell you all about it when we go there, the Proteas facility. Essentially, this contributes to all sorts of angles of the nexus, so it's a very nice example. First of all, it has the ecosystem or the environment, the consequences to the environment at its heart. Why? You're producing, it's a solar energy facility, concentrated solar power. So the idea is that you're trying to produce energy, but without having the carbon emissions that would harm the environment. Then it's co-generating, along with the solar energy, desalinated water. And again, at the desalination level, you're trying to do it in a way that is not environmentally harmful, so you're not using heavy oil or fuel or fossil fuels. You're using solar created heat to generate desalinated water. So then you're contributing also to the water part of the nexus without harming the ecosystem. And then there's a lot of thinking going into what do you do with the brine, with the salty water that comes out of that process, instead of just pouring it back in the sea where you would have eventually severe ecological consequences. We have had discussions with our neighbors at the Agricultural Research Institute, for example, as to can you use that for aquaculture? Can you just simply store the salt in solid form? We've also discussed with our friends from the Agricultural Research Institute, can this type of concentrated solar technology be used in agriculture applications? So then that's the food side of the nexus that is under discussion. So these are the kind of sort of isolated or demonstrators and facilities that exist in different forms all around the region that we are going to try and bring together, hopefully in this community of practice, in order to bring them together to achieve a much larger impact than these things can do by themselves. I'll stop there for the moment. Thank you very much. And I'd like to invite Ilan Juran to give his presentation. Let me see if I can.
Thank you. How do I manage it?
I will find it. Is it this one?
On this one?
This one, right?
This one.
W Smart?
It should be, yeah.
Yes?
Yeah. So
you just use the arrows, essentially.
Yeah.
I'll put it in presentation mode, and there, just use the arrows.
all right. Good afternoon. It's really a pleasure to be here for many, many reasons. Isam, you're not in class now. Well, the first reason, obviously, a couple of years ago, Fadi. The first reason is obviously, as a professor, I feel very privileged to have, for so many years, being able to continue to work with my outstanding graduate student. And sure, there couldn't be progress in this world if the graduate students were, when they develop and they rise, wouldn't be much better than the old generations that we are. So but this creates, if you don't stop it at the age of the studies, this creates a two-way street. And I've always felt very much enriched by this very, very important relationship. And I would like to thank, obviously, Professor Fadi Kumer here and Professor Issam Shahour for the opportunity of working so many years together. So as a professor, my job was probably to create a platform that will help to support education
and to support the necessary interaction between policymakers and between operators, between academics and the media, which affect all of us. So Fadi asked me here to talk a little bit about this platform, which is WSmart, and we'll talk within the context of WSmart and mention a few words on how our project developed, and obviously on the new initiative that I had the pleasure and the honor to work with Fadi for the past, Fadi, it's already 5-6 years, from 2015, right? So without further, let's look what is WSmart? WSmart is an organization that we established in New York 2 weeks after 9/11. We all understand that 9/11 changed the way we live, let alone the regulation, the security and cybersecurity, and the impact, huge impact on our society. In these circumstances, at this time, I moved from France in '86, when I had the pleasure to have Fadi and Issam as my student. And at this stage, I was the chair of the Civil, Environmental, and Transportation Engineering Department at what is today New York University, NYU. At NYU, I thought that my job was to provide my faculty the opportunity to work with all the agencies in the city and beyond. And Commissioner Joy Milley of New York City DEP was the commissioner at 9/11. And while working with the FBI, said, Ilan, this is not something that each utility can face by itself. We always need externality in order for us to start to think that we have to work together. Hydro diplomacy is an expression, a strategy, a tool to achieve, Fadi, what is already human rights, access to water, because human rights precede different consideration. And within this framework, we had the opportunity to arrange at the White House a first meeting with about 45, I think it was 45 utilities from Europe, North America, and elsewhere. That's how WSmart was born. And Joel asked me at this year's to assume the leadership and to serve as executive director of this organization, which was really funded by our strategic partner, AMWA. AMWA represents is the association of the commissioner of the 300 largest cities in the United States. So, needless to say, that you need the operator first in order for Issam and I to understand what are the issues they have to challenge, and then to develop in academic the environment in which we can learn first, and maybe then to teach. Because the challenges change all the time. There is a dynamics, and these dynamics can only be developed within a set of relationships that involve all the actors. And Fadi, I wanted really to congratulate today this workshop. Why? Because you started by bringing the policy decision maker. You brought the academic, and I was very happy to see the utility of Limassol here, because without the operator that have to face on the side the problem, innovation will not come. Innovation comes with the need, to find solution. Well, that's how we started WSmart. In 2012, we had Sandy, hurricane. And needless to say, what was the impact. But again, during this period, we worked with UNICEF on different projects. We worked with United Nations, well, they're all in New York City. And New York City brought many other utilities, and that's how we started. What is our mission? International Association of Water and Wastewater Utility for Sustainable Water Security is to accelerate crisis management, capacity building to natural and man-made disasters. What we then obviously once such externality push you, you start to see how can we do it? What should we do? And immediately come to mind, in New York City, when we do an experiment, a demonstration for many cities, it's a full scale. Because we are dealing with 10 million people, and the challenges and the complexities that Isam was talking about. So we are looking first at experience sharing platform. And this experience sharing, because of counterterrorism, is not publicly opened, obviously, was within the group of vetted of partners of WSMART. And so experience sharing is real, is data sharing, is mutual lesson learning from extreme event because the operator have to face them. Is peer-to-peer collaboration where we had problems with Portugal, for example. This year, EPAL, which is the utility of Portugal, is going to face one of the most critical, Adriana, one of the most critical water stress that they've known for many, many years. That's similar to what our friend in Canal d'Isabel in Madrid is doing, or Jim McDaniel as a commissioner in LA. And this is integration of policy. Why? Because the challenge of a commissioner in LA, should I give the water to the farmer because their lobby is very strong, or should I give it to the city? There are decision makers. We in academic, it's a beautiful life. Everything is dream. We don't have to take the decision. We hopefully have to understand them. We can do analysis and hopefully share it with my students. I love this profession. Now, WSMART members often are called when there are challenges elsewhere, where there are crises elsewhere. So many years ago, both the city of Geneva and EPAL in Portugal said, well, instead of each one of us is called upon separately, why WSMART will not work with international organizations and support collectively? This is where we started to look at strategic partner, and I want to thank Fadi for all the work bringing us together with UNESCO. Amal already mentioned IWA. Very important for us. Isam gave you a beautiful example of collaboration between university and operators. We are looking at, we'll say a few words on UNESCO ISP. But this experience sharing has to be real. And how it become real? When we do multi-agency, full-scale exercise of crisis management. In such a crisis management, utilities help each other in the planning, execution, debriefing, and lesson learning. Research and development, yes. Innovation is a must. Due diligence of new technologies, of new solutions is a must for the operator. So Isam gave you an example of where we started. And for me, I'm coming from the academic, so Isam and I, Fadi has always been involved in practice and academic. But NYU is a partner of the University of Lille, etc. So we offer a network of research university to help the operator. So a few of the projects. The first project Isam presented to you, but I would like to mention to Isam, in the beginning, the most difficult for us was not, well, professor will find a way to develop algorithm, believe me. We are trained for it. How you convince the industry to invest and what return on the investment the industry is expecting. So as you can see, the site in Lille started with several projects that were funded by WSmart. The BioSmart for biocontamination detection using artificial intelligence was funded by Eau de Paris, by Suez, or its local company in Lille, and Vitens. Asset management is a major issue. Europe is, and the United States, when you look at the ASCE report or the Smart Water report, Europe expects huge investment in the next 20 years. I don't remember how many billions, and you will pardon me. But this leak detection is one of the major issues. As we want to go through leak detection in order to prevent collapse that we saw in New York with cars going into boreholes. This is income project. Once we had these two projects which helped to make the instrumentation for the site in Lille, Vitens took the lead in putting the Smart Water for Europe project and invited us with the site of Lille to participate. Today we work with CIAP, which is 9 million people, customer company, on feasibility of AI application development for integrated process control and optimization. Investment in artificial intelligence, in automated control system is a must today for all the utilities. And the European community, for Smart Water for Europe, its purpose was primarily to encourage investment in innovation artificial intelligence. So Isam already talked about Smart Water for Europe. As I mentioned, this was a partnership between us, which came naturally. The Sunrise demonstration was really ICT for all different sectors of the water, whether it's sanitation, water supply, distribution, and the outcome you have already seen. Very important is to continue, as Isam has shown, and I join him completely. Fadi, I believe that there is a huge potential of doing it here. Let's do it. Okay? Now, as you can see, very interesting. Thames Water, we had 4 demonstration sites in this project. Acciona is in Spain, Thames Water, you know them, and Vitens in Holland. Thames Water was very concerned about customer interaction, because DWI in United Kingdom tells them you have to answer each customer. How you do it when you start to have a crisis. The other issue is, as I mentioned, is full-scale exercise that we organize with, where many utilities are doing it together. This is part, Adriana, this is part of dissemination, but interactive dissemination with interactive lesson learning. As you can see here, we are looking at what is the goal of such an exercise. Is experience sharing among members, expert support, capacity building through collective experience, review upgrading of operator crisis, because Apple or the city of Liège doesn't have an up-to-date. So when you have different utilities from the United States and from Europe sitting down with them, that's how hopefully collective experience can help each member. Finally, WSmart cooperative support for the planning exercise and debriefing. Here you can see a few of the different crisis management exercises that were done. I'll not go into the detail of it. Last summer, in July, the city of Liège had a major problem because of the Meuse flood. We talked yesterday, Professor Abdul, on the critical stage where you lower the water in a dam and what it can create. That's what it can create. And this, the flood was partially due to the high speed in which they reacted, lowering after in the dam the water. Again, W Smart collectively, different operators got together in order to do the assessment, vulnerability assessment, and lesson learning, how to improve the current practice. We have a 3-year program with them, and again, it's how you, it's not the how. You have to change the culture. Most of utilities that we work with do not have a corporate culture of crisis management. How you change corporate-wide the culture? How you bring all the units? How you create a platform of better communication with the customer? How you create self-image that you are getting involved in order to have a reliability issue so that the customer confidence is always there, even in time of crisis, and they are trained and prepared. So this brings us, Fadi asked me to talk about W Smart and our initiative on Ecomed, right? Okay. Our involvement, and like the city of Geneva, and they are involved in so many VTEMs. They are involved all over the world. George, they are in Manila all the time because it's a zone of earthquake, right? So the question is, for them, whether it's Paris, Geneva, Holland, when somebody calls them, how this can be kind of coordinated. And this brought us to work with UNESCO, where I had the pleasure and the honor of working with Fadi, and we brought in 2015 many mayors to sit down to our first meeting. Then, and the idea was, again, how we can share. When we speak about hydro diplomacy, right, what I think about is the Colorado River. Fadi, the Colorado River that you are familiar with, okay, it's not in such a complex region like this one. United States, American states. Took 7 years to bring seven states to agree on what we saw here, with beautiful presentation by both of you, and I learned a lot. 7 years among American states to reach the kind of hydro diplomacy-driven strategy for the Colorado River, with downstate and upstate, etc. Now, how can we establish a framework that will bring the academic, the innovation, the operator, the media, the policymaker, all together? This is what challenges us. And we started to think that the best way to develop hydro diplomacy basis is through data sharing, which is, for academics, seems pretty straightforward, provided everybody gives you data, which never happened. Now, so what is the agenda? I learned here, and Fadi, I believe I understand this, after this day, much better the challenges in the region. and I thank you for it. And here, the idea was to create observatories for coastal ecosystem monitoring and protection measures. One, to promote integration of reuse and renewable resources for agriculture, to ensure marine predisposal following the Barcelona Convention and the strategy of UFM that you were so active in. And I believe other members here in this room have always been active with Claude Martinet, our friend, etc. Ensure the marine predisposal according to recommendation of the COP and the Beirut Declaration that you drafted. When was it? In Marrakesh, no? The Beirut Declaration. We are looking at protecting the transboundary aquifer from seawater infiltration by overdwelling. UNEP came up with a very interesting report on the infiltration in coastal region, provide sustainable sanitation for alleviating growing public health risks, promoting partnership and planning, because the idea, finally, is not to develop innovation, is not to implement measures, but hopefully to get to drive the sustainable development of the coastal ecosystem in such a way that investment will be poured into the region for its development. And why not? So the idea is to promote partnership and planning for financing coastal depollution projects and development, setting up regional network of Ecomed Coastal Monitoring Center. You cannot do it in a, I really want to thank the Cyprus Institute, its president, and obviously Fadi, for inviting us to be part of this institute as W Smart. And W Smart has been appointed to be the secretary of the Academy for Ecomed. But our vision is that this cannot be done here only. It has to be done in every member state with local centers that will work as a network. Because otherwise, how can you develop, collect, and share data? Finally, setting up the regional center and establishing knowledge and databases to support professional education, research, public awareness, and policy decision. It was mentioned here so many times that we live in an environment, and the environment is in the middle of the triangle, and also at the outside. It's everywhere. But the basic idea is obviously the nexus of food, energy. This is coming directly from the resolution that when you chaired the IHP, you promoted it. And I think what is interesting here is that obviously this has to address the Sustainable Development Goals, and my understanding from IHP, from you, also the 9th strategic plan, and at the same time, the recommendation of the COP in the spirit of conventions that are already established and being implemented. The idea is to provide capacity building support through the network members, looking at the local center, support coastal ecosystem monitoring, share knowledge database to support local research, education, and professional development, and many other things. Once you start something like this, it takes its own life. And its own life can only be if the member state feels that they own it. If the member state feels that there is a huge return on the investment. Because working together will bring a lot of investment into the region. It makes it a community of communities, network of networks of the Mediterranean. all have so much. So, what is our program? And before I leave, we need to sit down and nail it down. But that's what we have agreed. So if you have any comment, we said in the next year, right now, to start the academy, we are exploring strategic partnership with UN organization to establish a task force, right? Promoting on a global scale the IHP Ecomed network of universities. We have seen how critical it is for innovation and education, professional development. Exploring project financing based upon the integrated project plan with the different organizations. We have a representative of the World Bank, so George, you can get to work to help us out. And we anticipate to have a symposium in September this year, right? Okay. For symposium, what do we hope? We hope that member states, a few of them, we have Jordan with us, and Iraq and others, will implement centers of capacity building for data sharing this year. Adi and I look forward to working with each of the member states to see how we can do it and at the same time create here the platform to bring all the data with the opportunity for each one to access it. So, target deliverable is pilot program of the Ecomed to be implemented this year. And I would like to finalize by really thanking, obviously, Professor Fadi Kumer. You offered me a new house this morning. Nice thing. And I already had the opportunity to work with the faculty here, Adriana, when we prepared the Prima, and I look forward to do it more. And at the same time, this is a challenge that we are all in it together. We went through pandemic, we are all together. Climate change, all together. No one can do it by intention. No country, no institution, no utility can handle it unless we all work together. And that's the main vision of the academies and with Fadi and the faculty here. We look forward to it. Thank you so much for inviting me. It was an education for me, and I look forward to working with all of you on such important work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, joining us online, we have Her Excellency Sharafat Afilal. If I understand correctly, you would need me to share your presentation?
Yeah, please.
And you can just let me know when you want me to change the slides. We can hear you perfectly well.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I start?
Yes, you can start.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone from Dakar. I would wish to be with you in person, but unfortunately not for this time. Thank you, Fadi, for the invitation. Thank you, colleagues and friends from the Mediterranean and the Middle East, North Africa water community. I'm happy to be with you for this celebration for the World Water Day, which is focused this year on the groundwater as a main problem in the water governance in the MENA region, especially in the Mediterranean region and the Middle East as well. I'm going to show a new concept for groundwater governance, which has been tested in some parts of the world and have shown a good conclusive result, and promising as well regarding the involvement of all the stakeholders. It is about the aquifer contract as a new mode of groundwater governance. Next, please. Next. So let's first have an overview. No, not previous one, please. Let's have a.
This one?
This one.
Yeah.
This one, yes, thank you. First, let's have an overview about the role of groundwater in the management of water and in delivering water as well for all users. Of course, the groundwater play a strategic role in the delivering water. It's first the primary sources of the fresh water in many parts of the world, especially in delivering water for the rural area, for the drinking water for the rural area. Around the world, it's almost 40% of the population are they drink water from the groundwater. In Morocco, it's delivered about for the 90% from the rural area. It's considered as the first supplier of fresh water and contributes as well in development of irrigated agriculture. In Morocco, it contributes to irrigate 40% of the irrigated land in agriculture departments, and is considered as well the main alternative resources, especially during the drought period and the dry years. What are the advantages for the groundwater use regarding comparing to the other resources? Primary, it's free and easy access. The second advantage is considered and easily regulated. And the last but not least, it low cost regarding the surface water, which requires treatment, transport, and distribution as well. Next, please. Now, what is the current situation of the main strategic reserve, groundwater reserve in the MENA region? All the MENA region, in all the countries, we are suffering from the alarming level of abstraction. We have reached almost the alarming level of the abstraction. In Morocco, we have annually 1 billion deficit, 1 billion cubic meter as a deficit. Donc, all the main aquifers are reached the alarming level of depletion, which threaten all the activities are linked to these resources, like agriculture, drinking water, economic activities, and others. And this situation results as well the deterioration of the groundwater quality by the risk of by increasing the risk of marine intrusion. And all the aquifers are suffer as well by the illegal abstraction and illegal users. And we have also the conflict between users during the drought period. Next, please. So, for the Moroccan model, as a groundwater is regulated by a very strong legal and legislative framework. We have first the Moroccan constitution, which recognizes the access to the water access as a human right for all the citizens, and we have also set up a Moroccan law which recognize the good the water good public, which is a part of the public water domain, which recognize as well the will, the region requires the permit and authorization for any abstraction, and recognize as well the payment of fees for who take the water and also for the polluter. And we have put in place as well the water policy, which is a body who supervises and control the use, the water, the public domain water, and any illegal abstraction. Next, please. Now, what is the aquifer contract? The aquifer contract is just like an agreement between all the stakeholders, including governments, farmers, users, civil society, authority, which we bring them together around the table, and we define the way that we should manage the water, the groundwater, by putting and by identifying the rules and identifying all the requirements that should be taken in place by all the stakeholders. The strategic target of this aquifer contract is, of course, satisfying all the demand of users, restoring the aquifer balance by discharge and recharge, establishing the way or the sustainable way of the management of this aquifer, as well protecting and preserving the aquifer from any source of pollution. Please, next. The aims and objectives of this aquifer contract is to install a new mode of groundwater governance, which define the sustainable way to manage this aquifer. It defined as well the framework as a technical and financial agreement between all partners and stakeholders. Define as well the action plan to restore the balance and to protect and preserve the aquifer from any pollution. And it's an approach based on consultation, participation, and accountability from all stakeholders for following their engagement and commitment, and also for mobilizing the fund to put in place the action plan. Please, next. Now, how the aquifer contract progressed several stages. First, we start by a deep knowledge of the aquifer, by elaboration the technical study, hydrogeological study, modeling, and control of pollution control, to know deeply this aquifer. After that, we put in place all the mechanisms and tools that are going to supervise the implementations of aquifer contracts. Excuse me, you can go to the next slide and go back to this one. Next, please. Monitoring this one, please. Thank you. The steering committee, and we put in, yes, this one. I'm sorry I didn't sleep for all the night. I'm really losing my head. The steering committee is chaired by the Wali. The Wali is the high level of regional committee. I mean the interior of the Ministry of the Interior, who will in charge to supervise the putting in place or the application of all the requirements by all the stakeholders. In next step, we put in place the following committee, which is shared by the Basin agency, which include all the users and stakeholders. The role of the follow-up committee is define the sustainable management, which means define the action plan, short-term action plan, and medium and long-term action plan. Define as well the modality of funding and the financing, supervise the deadline, and supervise as well the implementation of all the detail of the action plan. And it will be on charge as well to raise the awareness of the population, of the community. Next slide, please. Next slide. And after that, what are the action plans include? The short-term action plan. We equipped all the equipment and the stakeholder to supervise the evolution and the progression of the aquifer in terms of quality and quantity of the aquifer. It includes also legalization of all the illegal abstraction. We bring them to the cycle, and we push them to be part of the decision, how to be part of the management of the aquifer. It includes also all the measurement that could reduce the water uses by modernizing pipeline, by modernizing the irrigation system, by reducing the no-revenue water, and if necessary, we could ask also for the restriction of cultivated area if the level of the aquifer it's not really good. It ensures also the payment of the water fee. It includes also the measurement that could help the aquifer to protect the aquifer from any source of pollution, especially for sanitation. Next, please. The medium and long-term action plan, it includes mobilizing for additional water to make the pressure in the water more heavy by construction dam, by encouraging the reuse, by artificial recharge, by collect rainfall harvesting. So we ask some farmers to engage in the rainfall harvesting, and of course by asking the agriculture department to make additional effort of modernizing their irrigation system. Next, please. And now, the review of aquifer, the process of the aquifer contract is running in a cycle. We could review the cycle, all the cycle, even each 5 years, to update it and to review its impact, its outcome every 5 years. We could help stakeholders to take to learn lesson from this process and to make it more tangible. This is what I want to share with you. Next, please.
That there's nothing more.
The pictures. That's the picture. Okay, thank you. This is the mode of governance that I want to share with you. It's shown. It have been shown a conclusive result. It could be a model for some other countries in the MENA region to be implemented as a way of manage the white water and bring all the groundwater and bring all the partners in the cycle. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we will now move to Professor Gonzalo Espinosa. I believe you will be able to share your screen with us?
Yes, I can share my screen. Do you see my slides now?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so good afternoon. I'm Gonzalo Espinosa, a senior product engineer at ESRI, and today I'm going to talk about the advancements in hydroinformatic tools for supporting water management. First, I would like to thank Professor Comer and Professor Papanikolas and the Cyprus Institute for the invitation to participate in this conference. So we always want to make informed decisions. The more information we have about a problem, the better decision we can take. That's why we want to reduce the science policy gap. We want to provide the stakeholders with reliable scientific information that can be translated into better water management practices. Science and information are objective ways to describe water-related problems, but science by itself cannot reduce the science policy gap. Science should drive and influence water resources management practices, and also science encourages dialogue and cooperation by providing facts and supporting the design of water policies. Hydroinformatics is the field of water resources engineering that studies and provides solutions to water-related problems by using new information technologies. As a starting point, we have traditional scientific knowledge, such as hydrologic models, local measurements, or basin-wide water balances. On the other side, we have the field of hydroinformatics that takes the analysis to the next level. We can run complex scientific distributed models in seconds. We can monitor in near real-time hydrometeorological events, such as droughts or floods, and we can improve the ways that we share results to the public in accessible and user-friendly portals. Hydroinformatics provides the scientific knowledge that supports integrated water resources management. For example, there is a growing number of ESA and NASA satellites used for Earth observations. The increasing number of measurements and the refinement of the instruments in the satellites have improved the quality of the data recorded. Remote sensing observations are the largest technological advancement that help us understand energy and water fluxes on the planet. Additionally, remote sensing and global models are ideal for describing water systems across transboundary watersheds. Another example of a hydroinformatic application is the Data Routes Explorer. The Data Routes Explorer was built on top of NASA hydrological data services. This application allows us to download hydrologic and weather information from different NASA products. The Data Route Explorer app reduces the barrier of data accessibility and provides uniform records for areas that don't have measurements or for periods of time that doesn't have any records. Another example of a hydroinformatics application is the streamflow system from GeoGlows, the GeoGlows initiative. GeoGlows provides river discharge forecast for the next 6 days in 3-hourly intervals. The application combines information from more than 50 ensemble streamflow forecast products, and it is updated automatically once a day. GeoGlows is a multi-institutional effort with partners such as the Group of Earth Observations, World Bank, BYU University, NASA, ECMWF, and ESRI. GeoGlows river discharge forecast can be used within flood early warning systems. Another effort, and this time from ESRI, is the ArcGIS Living Atlas of the World. The ArcGIS Living Atlas of the World is the foremost collection of geographic information from around the globe. It includes maps, apps, and data layers that support different applications, such as for water resources research. For example, through the Living Atlas portal, we can access GeoGlow river discharge forecast. We can access precipitation from iMerge from NASA. We can also get drought indices for the whole world. And we can also access global models such as WorldClim, land use maps from the European Spatial Agency, or results of climate models for different estimates of emissions and climate change applications. Living Atlas provides ready-to-use layers from curated sources that can be used online or in desktop applications. Other type of hydroinformatic applications that involve international organizations is the one named Remote Sensing for Water Productivity by FAO. The Remote Sensing for Water Productivity project has the objective of monitoring evapotranspiration and biomass or food production for Africa and the Middle East. Then it is estimating the kilograms produced or biomass of crop per cubic meter of water. It monitors water productivity at the national, regional, or local scales at selected study areas. The project website provides the data and the results of the analysis. It helps to identify areas where capacity building and training courses are needed to improve local agricultural practices. Another great example of a hydroinformatic application and how can inform integrated water resources management practices is the Hydrodiplomacy Partnership Program Initiative by Professor Comer. The initiative consists in 3 pillars: the technical, the political, and the institutional. Hydroinformatics applications, similar to the ones that we've seen in the previous slides, are included in the technical pillar, which develops the scientific expertise and knowledge required for the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East region. The Hydrodiplomacy Partnership Program Initiative not only develops the required technical knowledge, but also aims to implement integrated water resources management solutions through the political pillar and encourage dialogue and cooperation through the institutional pillar. In summary, hydroinformatics is a field of water resources engineering that studies and provides solutions to water-related problems by using new information technologies. It creates scientific knowledge and facilitates the process of acquiring and sharing data through online applications. Hydroinformatics supports different institutional efforts by providing a baseline information, improving stakeholder actions, and encourage cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, to conclude this panel, we have Dr. Anna Kemari, again joining us online. And again, I think you're able to share your screen.
Yes. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, and we can see the presentation.
Thank you. So, good afternoon. I am the last one, but I know that you are loaded of the presentation and information, so I'll try to make it short and interesting. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Papanikolos and Fadi for this kind invitation. And it's my pleasure to present to you on behalf of our EcoPeace Middle East organization. Okay, for those who are not familiar with the EcoPeace Middle East, we are an environmental peacemaking organization. We started working directly after Oslo Agreement since around 27 years ago. And we have 3 offices in Jordan, Palestine, and Israel. Our methodology and strategy is that we don't need to leave any of our stakeholders behind or out. So we are leading bottom-up approach where we are working with high-level policymakers, decision makers, ministries, government to advocate on the need for putting the environment and water on the top of their priorities. And also we are working with top-down, that white nation, for example, the education, the farmers, the women, to make sure that we are closing the circle and all of our stakeholders understand the need for cooperation to save our environmental resources. We believe in our organization that things are very connected. We can't have, for example, peace without having stability. We can't have peace without having prosperity. People who are living in this area need to have their basic rights, water, energy, and food. And these things are very connected and we can't separate one from each other. So that's why we believe that it's a combination of the 3 things together, and our people deserve that, to have their basic rights and to live in a good situation. But unfortunately, we are the 3 countries, like as I mentioned, we are Palestine, Israel, and Jordan. We are among the world's lowest term of renewable fresh water. We have a severe shortage and scarcity of water. And actually, even our groundwater is almost reached the red line and dangerous. And also, we are situated in one of the most climate risk regions in the world. So our resources, natural resources, are in danger, and we believe that we need to start doing something, or all of us will be in a dangerous situation. As I mentioned, we started directly after the Oslo Agreement, and in Oslo Agreement, to those who already have an idea about Oslo Agreement, it started with 5 years in a transmission. And the issue of water was in Article 40, and it was postponed to the final agreement and solution. But unfortunately, since 27 years, and now we're still in the transition phase, and we don't reach the final agreement, which is supposed to have equal amount of water and allocation of water for the Palestinian, from the groundwater, and also from the surface water. Also in this agreement, it was supposed to have some regulation for the pollution, and it should be like a shared cooperation on solutions and management of resources,
and other issues that dealing with our natural resources. That's why we're still in conflict, and we don't have that, enough amount of water. Even for the Palestinian, for talking about Palestinian, we have so many people in Palestine who don't have good quality of water, or even they don't have water. They have it like once a week or once a month, which make them like try to find other sources of water. And that means that all of us, because we are sharing a small region, we are living in a very small region, we can say that the boundaries can stop like any problem or any difficulties that we are having. So both the three countries are loser because we are not yet having that good management of our resources. So EcoPeace approach and believe that environmental cooperation is very important to transform the risk of conflict over resources, because people are trying to compete on having more resources for their countries. We are looking for transform the risk of conflict over resources into opportunity for stop destroying these resources, even for opportunity to dialogue and to negotiate on these resources. That's why we are using the shared management of natural resources. We are advocating for using the shared management of natural resources as a platform for dialogue and for cooperation. And our approach centered around water diplomacy, because we believe that the use of diplomatic instruments for disagreement and conflicts over shared water resources and other environmental and natural resources will for sure open a good platform and good environment for cooperation and for restoring our water and other environmental and natural resources. And of course, will lead to the stability and peace. Because if I'm a human being and have all the needed, basic needed as a human being, water, food, and energy, the conflict itself is, we know that it's on land, but the issue is that the most important thing to have as a human being, your basic needs. So it will lead to stability, and it can help in having peace in this region. We are working in all over our countries, in all different groundwater, surface water, and so on. But our baby, and we are focused on Jordan River and Dead Sea. Not only because they are a source of water, but because they are a shared regional. We prefer to call it shared instead of transboundary resource of water. But unfortunately, the Jordan River and the Dead Sea, and it's a unique sea where we can't find any similar sea in the world like this unique one. Unfortunately, due to the borders and political conflict, and the people and communities who are living around the Jordan River and even the Dead Sea, they believe that it's a competition over how much we can take from these resources. And they are undeveloped communities. They are not aware about the situation and the issue of climate change, so they keep compete on the amount of water that they can take from these resources. Of course, the economic issue, because we have so many industrial zones and agricultural investment and other, economic and business around these two resources. So it's also support, and it's a factor for also put these two resources in dangerous. And on the top of this is the climate crisis. We are, as I mentioned, we are also in a part of the world that we are suffering from climate crisis. If we can go to history, since 50 years ago, I think Dr. Raed mentioned something like this. The flow of the water in the Jordan River, it was 1.3 billion per cubic meter per year. But now it's less than 30 million cubic meter per year. So the decrease of the flow of water is huge. Now we can see that the Jordan River is not anymore a river. It's just a shallow canal with a polluted water. And even if this amount of water is very short and shallow, but still 95% of this water, the remaining water in the river, is diverted for domestic and agricultural use. 50% of this divert is going to Israel, while the remaining is going to Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. Palestine is not a big player here because of the restriction of Israeli government. We don't have access to the Jordan River, and that's why we are not that much to blame on the bad situation of the Jordan River. These are some photos from for the Jordan River. A river since 50 years ago. It used to be a big river. Even we have electricity company there, and it used to flow very healthy. But now, if you manage to visit it, it's just 3 to 4 meters, and narrow, shallow, and the water is polluted. You can see it like the water is yellow and green because of so many pollution coming from the agricultural, domestic, sewage, and other type of pollution. And you know that Jordan River is the main recharge for the Dead Sea. So when we have that amount of decrease of the flow of Jordan River, so that will directly affect the Dead Sea. So the Dead Sea, we can see in 1931, we can see the area of the Dead Sea big with a lot of water there. In 1984, like after around 50 years, we can see that part of the Dead Sea almost dry and it's not anymore existing. And in 1993, we can see also the shrink of the Dead Sea, and the area of the Dead Sea is going small and small. And this is 30 years ago. And now we can see that the Dead Sea is almost smaller than what we have here. Dropping, this is because of dropping by over 1 meter every year, the Dead Sea. And the Dead Sea has lost till now 1/3 of its surface area. And it's suffering a lot more, even more than the Jordan River. So Ecomed believes that we have to do something. I just mentioned that Jordan Valley is our baby, and we believe that this is shared resource of water. And this is very important because it used to be the food basket for all the region, even for the outside. It used to be a very green area, the biodiversity. This area is also very important from religious background for Muslim, Christian, and Jewish people. So we believe we need to do some things. So Ecomed started in 2015 to think about how we can rehabilitate, how we can save this important resource of water. So we started, Jordan River used to be a smaller part based on the political boundaries. Like this part is controlled by Israel, the other part by Syria, Lebanon, and so on. So in 2015, Ecomed has released the first ever integrated regional Jordan Valley master plan, which means that we consider a Jordan Valley as one river and it's not segments based on the country who is controlling this part. This master plan is a comprehensive plan for rehabilitation and sustainable development of the Jordan Valley in Jordan, Israel, and Palestine, because we have this, Ecomed is working in these 3 countries. Unfortunately, we don't have Syria and Lebanon. Hopefully, we can have it in the future. But we put this plan, and we feel that the river cannot be sustainable and managed through a process of competition. It's not a competition issue. Therefore, we need to advance for strategy that detailed in the master plan that can serve the engine for regional cooperation for rehabilitation of the Jordan River. I can give you one of the examples, like we are advocate on like having so different wastewater treatment plants on in the Jordan Valley, where domestic and maybe agricultural wastewater can be treated instead of throwing like and pollute the Jordan River. We have shared this master plan with our three respected governments. It started like negotiated on the national level, and it was on the table. But due to instability of the situation in the area, we have, that escalation here and there, and some period where we have hot conflict time. So it was not anymore proceed, but it's on the table of our government, and hopefully we can advocate and encourage our government to take an action and try to find a solution with us and support us. Our next idea and strategy in EcoPeace that we call it water energy nexus. I heard a lot about water energy food nexus, but it's very, very similar. We are talking about an example of our area. Jordan, they have a very good space for renewable energy. They have an area in the Jordan Valley where they have more than 350 days of sunny days. So it's a good place for producing renewable energy. And this initiative is saying that if Jordan can produce the renewable energy and transfer it to Israel, where they have access to the Mediterranean Sea, and to Palestine, to Gaza, where also they have access to the Mediterranean Sea, energy can be used for desalination, and the fresh water produced can cover part of the needs of the Palestinian-Israeli population, and also part of it will go to Jordan as revenue for the energy that was used in the desalination. And this also, when we have that fresh water and have enough water, we can use it for agriculture, then we will have water, energy, food nexus in this area. This was acceptable on the primary level, and it was like at some level it was blessed by our government, but also due to the instability and our conflict, it is still on the table, and hopefully it can move forward. And finally, our EcoPeace feels that we need to have an action toward climate change. We know that we are part of this world, and we are suffering from climate change. And our government signed the Paris Agreement concerning the climate change. So we have that initiative, we call it the Green Blue Deal. I know that we have the Green Deal in Europe, but our initiative called the Green Blue Deal for the Middle East. It's an initiative to advance climate security and regional peace. In this initiative, we are focused on 4 main pillars. The first one, again, it's similar to what we are called water energy nexus. We need to harnessing the sun and the sea to create a region-wide desalinated water and energy security for all. Renewable energy from Jordan, going to Israel, Palestine, desalination, and then fresh water back as revenue to Jordan and cover part of the needs of Palestine and Israel. Also, we highlight the need of opportunity to solve Israeli-Palestinian natural water allocations. I mentioned that after Oslo agreement, it should be like the amount, the allocation of water for the Palestinians should be suitable for the needs of people who are living in Palestine. It has to consider the population growth. It has to consider the progress and the development of technology and agriculture. But it's still there. The transition phase, the amount of water is at all is not enough, and people in Palestine are that much suffering from the shortage of water. So our Green Blue Deal initiative highlights the issue of it, that having the opportunity to have equal and good allocation of water to achieve water equity between Palestine and Israel, which move to more stability in the area, and it can reduce the conflict between the two people. Also, we are proposing climate smart investment, and we start doing this on our level of EcoPeace level. We have mapping all the investment opportunity in the Jordan Valley, And we are trying to find some investors who can support some ideas of investing in the Jordan Valley, because we believe if we can have some green investment in this area, we can support the people who are living there. We can at least spread the stability at that area, and we can support and help the Jordan River and the Dead Sea to rehabilitate and to restore their natural situation. And finally, which is the most important part that EcoPeace is working and successful one, which is awareness and education program. We are, I can tell you, and I'm proud that we are very successful in this program. We are engaging all our stakeholders, focusing on youth and young, because we believe that they are the leaders of the future. We are working with our schools, with the teachers. We prepare like training material for the teachers, content that help the teachers to implement the water and the environmental issue and the need for cooperation on our environmental issue. We train these teachers who go to their schools in the three countries. I'm talking about 3 countries. They go to their schools, they use this information, this knowledge, this reality about their water and the environmental situation at the class to spread the awareness among their students. And also we bring the youth themselves, the students themselves, with tours into some part of hotspots, to Jordan River, to the Dead Sea and other places, to see on the ground what's going on and how our competition and not cooperation on these resources affect negatively our area. And also we have a very good program we call it water diplomacy. And this is the third cohort that we are training our young on water diplomacy. We started in 2019 with the first cohort, 20 participants from each country. They come together for 1 year to learn about our water reality and environmental reality, and also to learn about the skills of negotiation, communication, the need to understand the situation. And at the end, they come with some small projects, how they can help in supporting and moving forward with our environment and our water resources. And this year we are starting the third cohort, and we have a lot of applications who are looking for being part of this training. And also we have a group, we call it Social Green Entrepreneurs. Those are very specialized young group, aged from 21 to 33, who are working also on trying to find solutions, green solutions for our environmental problems. At the end of all of these things, we are not only educating and give knowledge and give practical training to our youth and our young, but also we ask them to be active. Dr. Fadi mentioned something very important, agent of change. Yes, we are working with our youth and with our young to be the agent of change for this area. We are, with our work with them, with our awareness session, training, site tours, and different activities, we open their eyes for the need for doing something. We have, yes, we have shortage of water, scarcity of water, but we can find some alternatives. We need to cooperate together to decrease the negative impact of climate change and mitigate this situation. So, and we are happy that we have a lot of youth who are now working as EcoPeace alumni and who are spreading their messages to their colleagues, to their families, to their communities. And they are doing very good activities at their communities to spread the awareness about this situation. And today, we are also proud that now our staff, education staff in EcoPeace in the 3 countries, they are spreading in different places with schools, with youth activities. They are celebrating the Water Day. And also this evening, we have a very good session with our teachers also about the International Water Day. So we are doing a lot of activities. one thing to mention that Gaza is also part of our activities, but you know that restriction.
Dr. Kimari, sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, unfortunately, because we're running out of time. So maybe just a few final words. Thank you.
Okay, just to mention that we already have 3 schools, UNRWA school in Gaza, who we already managed to move them and to install renewable energy, wastewater treatment plant and harvesting system, and they are the first schools in Gaza who are green schools. And we are doing so also with some UNRWA schools in the Jordan Valley. So this is my presentation. This is the link for our EcoPeace website and for our Green Blue Deal if anyone needs to have more information about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption, but we are running late, and it's very unfortunate to be always the last speaker. It's very difficult. I will ask now Dr. Raed Abu Soud to say a few very brief closing remarks before we move on to the declaration and finally the lunch.
Well, I can see everybody is tired. I'll make it short and sweet. Well, I want to thank the Cyprus Institute and especially Dr. Fadi for doing this event. I have to mention that I've been in so many water summit before. A nice one was in Las Vegas, by the way. And the last one I was in Budapest, 2019. But in this short period of time, the subject we talked about is so rich. It made us really thinking hard and deep of our situation with the water. And I have to thank Professor Ellen for the rich presentation. We thought it's very rich. But Professor, I have to ask or something. We have to have a regulator in this chain of the operator and the rest of the team. Operator is one of the major player in this chain. Especially me and Dr. Fadi, we made privatization regulation in Harvard, so that's why I mentioned it. So I want to thank you again, Dr. Fadi, for this really rich summit, even if it's a short period of time, half a day, but it was very, very, very rich and very usable for us, especially for me. I learned a lot, and now I have more information about the Nile Basin, Euphrates and Tigris, and it was very rich presentations and very rich water day in Cyprus, in Nicosia. Thank you very much. I will not say anything anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think before we move on to the declaration, I think we all need to thank Fadi Komer as well as being the architect of this event. So thank you. Fadi, I will leave it to you how you want to present the declaration. You want me to read the declaration? Okay, I can read the declaration. That's one thing I can do is read. Okay. So, as we mentioned earlier, it's important that these events are not just for the show or just for talking, but that we actually commit to follow up. And a declaration has been prepared that I think all the participants will agree with, which can help us maybe chart the way forward. So I will now read this declaration for you. So the Cyprus Institute World Water Day took place at the Cyprus Institute on 22nd of March 2022. The participants in this World Water Day event agreed on the following. First, in view of increasing challenges in the region related to population growth, climate change, changing lifestyles, and unsustainable consumption and production patterns, the scarce water resources of the region are becoming even further stressed. To address these challenges, the EMME region needs simultaneous action at the various levels: effective water demand management, improved and advanced management approaches, innovative technologies for the minimization of water losses and effective use of energy, promotion and wise use of non-conventional water resources, appropriate regulatory frameworks, adequate funding, international cooperation, and comprehensive education and awareness-raising campaigns. Secondly, international cooperation is of the utmost importance for the region because of its many shared transboundary water resources. Implementation of the relevant UN conventions, in conjunction with hydrodiplomacy and the considerations of the water energy food ecosystem nexus, WEFE, could only offer the necessary framework for such cooperation. Thirdly, dialogue and mutual agreement is considered as the only viable way for resolving conflict over transboundary water. Emphasis should be given to promoting coordination at different levels, from local to national, for example, basin organizations, and regional level, legally binding frameworks such as UN conventions, promotion of hydrodiplomacy awareness towards especially decision makers for nations where there is a need for capacity building and the need for developing guidelines for transboundary basin management, and the recognition that conflict resolution between riparian states should be addressed from the perspective of water for peace rather than conflict over water. Fourthly, acknowledge the Cyprus Institute's new initiative for hydrodiplomacy partnership program. This non-partisan international platform, which is badly needed, will be put at the service of policymakers, scientists, and diplomats, having at its disposal a pool of competencies concerning transboundary water management. This hydrodiplomacy partnership program initiative will offer science-based and technologically sound solutions to policymakers for mitigating water-related risks. This approach will also identify ways to transform water-related conflict into water, energy, and food-related cooperation. So fifthly, activities will include the following: the facilitation of dialogue at the technical level for water sharing options, state-of-the-art modeling capabilities and an extensive repository of relevant observations and data, training of policymakers, water management, conflict resolution, training of scientists in advocacy, diplomacy, with a resulting certificate of water diplomat. Repository of best practices to be shared throughout the region by adopting innovative approaches based on technological processes, with the development of scientific data sets and tools around environmental degradation, climate change projections, water scarcity, and water balances for the MME region. Sixth point, supporting the implementation of the UNESCO Ecomed Academy network based at the Cyprus Institute, with as secretariat the WSMART International Alliance of Water and Wastewater Utilities for Sustainable Water Security. It targets the information exchange for extreme events adaptation, experience sharing and capacity building, pollution monitoring, research projects on innovative solutions, and strategic partnerships with regional and UN organizations. Seventh, the participants acknowledge and strongly support the creation of a regional action plan for the EMME region as part of the climate change initiative, which is scheduled to be presented to the ministerial meeting held in Cyprus in June 2022. The synergy of the envisaged climate action plan and the CYI-led hydrodiplomacy partnership is viewed as of critical importance. And finally, the participants request that the present declaration is considered as a regional input of the EMME region to the 9th World Water Council meeting in Dakar. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Professor Papanikolas to the stand to take a photo with the declaration.
Should I take this off? Yes. Our security health officer will send me a reprimand. Okay, Governor? Yes. So, congratulations. Thank you so much.
We need to take a photo maybe together.
Well, with our, yes,
with
all the participants, I think we should stand here and take a picture, yes?
Just before lunch break, take a group photo?
Yes, here.
Afterwards, we're going upstairs for lunch, and the bus will leave around 25 past 3 for the visit of the Proteas facility. Thank you also to our remote guests. This concludes the video conference part. I invite you all to have lunch upstairs, and at 3:20 we'll come and fetch you for the bus. Thank you very much.
Professor Papanikolas for giving me the opportunity to organize this very important event, the first event on the World Water Day, and invite the prominent water leaders, scientists for this event. And I would like also to thank Nicolas Jarot, to thank Sophia, to thank Adriana. Without all your help, I wouldn't be able to do that. To thank Angelo, to thank all the team of CYI. We're proud to be here, Professor Papanikolas. Thank you so much.